Yesterday we had a short session of an hour, and we basically talked about user entity and behavior analytics, the service which through which an admin can find anomalies in the user and entity behavior, and it basically helps you to understand sign-in attempts from disabled users, Azure portal brute force attack, and you can combine multiple incidents and identify anomalies. So this is a great service, and this service is powered by AI ML capabilities that are uh, that are integral to Microsoft Sentinel. So we installed UEBA solution from Content Hub. We installed UEBA workbook also, and that's what we did basically. So if I show you here workbook, this is the workbook that we deployed, and this workbook basically shows you UEBA capabilities. Since this is a lab environment, we don't have much services built here. We don't have active users trying to log in all the time. So definitely you will not see a great, you will not see all the capabilities here. However, in a production environment, as soon as you install this workbook, it will take some time to build behavioral trends, which is typically 7 to 14 days, and then it will start to show you anomalies also. Right now, my anomalies count is 0. So it basically picks up incidents. It basically looks for various alerts, and then it correlates them, and then it creates anomalies. So that's what this workbook does, which is a great piece of information. And there is no additional charge for using this capability or for this workbook. So this will help you in future when you want to identify anomalies, when you want to tackle insider threats. For external users, you have brute force attack configured, you have firewall configured, you have network containment configured, you have web application firewall, IDS, IPS, DLP, multiple solutions are configured for external users. But what about internal users? What about my employees? What do I have configured for them? How do I find out if one of my employees is actually planning something against the organization, or if the account is compromised for an employee and somebody is actually using that account to trigger or simulate an attack? So that's where user and entity behavior analytics will come to rescue. So that's about user behavior and entity analysis that we did yesterday. Then we talked about some additional workbooks. I would say these are the important workbooks that I have installed in my lab. You can also make a note of them and install it because they will help you in. I'm saying this is not only for admin and engineering team. This is equally important for operations team also. So the other workbook that I talked about yesterday was analytics, health, and audit, which is a great workbook in the hands of admin as well as operations team both, which gives you a lot of information with respect to the health and audit of Sentinel workspace. So here you need to select the workspace for Sentinel. Workspace is not coming. We need to check why it's not coming. Did somebody install this workbook and can verify whether you are able to select your workspace? Can we install this workbook, guys? Analytics, health, and audit. This workbook basically helps you identify health issues with respect to analytics rule. So it says it provides visibility on the health and audit of your analytics rule. You will be able to find out whether an analytics rule is working as expected and get a list of changes made to an analytics rule. Because analytics rule is the heart and brain of Sentinel. Analytics rule has query that returns events. Those events are converted into alerts, and alerts are converted into incidents. So it's heart and brain of Sentinel. And if heart and brain stops functioning, Sentinel will stop functioning. Sentinel will not provide its capabilities. So that is where this is very important. And we can see that it is connected. We can also see that the related data sources are green. So there is absolutely no issue with this workbook. And since this workbook is from Microsoft, if it doesn't work, we can definitely raise a support request, because in the workbook, I am actually not able to select my workspace. I'm saying the drop down, it is not just showing me an option to select the workspace. This is the issue that I'm facing. Why don't you try it in your lab environment and see you're facing the same issue? Because unless you select the workspace, it will not return any results. It needs workspace. It says the chart below illustrates the status of analytics rule run for the time range last 7 days and workspace unset. It says unset, and you're not able to set it because you're just not getting any information in the drop down. And we know that we have a workspace. So probably the workbook has some issues as we speak. Okay, where to save issues will be to unable to select workspace, drop down option not working. All right, so it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, probably let's say today or tomorrow, you may want to raise a support request with Microsoft on this. There is absolutely nothing that we can do here, because this is all pre-configured workbooks, and you just need to select the specific workspace that you want to get the information for, and it should start working. All right, in case of Quentin, it is working. Quentin is able to select the workspace, but query does not return any result. It does not return any result because if you have not made any changes to the analytics tool in the last 7 days, it will not return any result. This is basically for the health of analytics tool. And so you may not see the results. And if you're not seeing the result, it could also be related to the malfunctioning of this workbook. So probably if it is not returning the results on overview page, Quentin, can you try the health and audit page also? Do you see anything on health and audit page for the same workbook? I would say I have the same workbook.
That's the one. That's the one I was doing. Analytics, health, and audit.
Okay, so you don't see anything on the overview on all the 3 tabs.
Hang on. Let me just double check. No, they're all the same.
Okay, probably there is some issue with this workbook. However, this workbook is also configured in the production environment that I manage, and this is absolutely working fine there. So maybe since we have enabled it for the first time, it is just not working properly. If it doesn't work, as I said, you don't have anything to troubleshoot here. You just need to raise a support request with Microsoft, providing this workbook name, and then take a screenshot that you're not able to select the workspace. Microsoft will basically help it resolve it for you. So this was the second workbook that I wanted all of you to make sure to use it, because this gives a great piece of information. All right, and the other workbook that I was talking about was the workspace usage and alert. So analytics, health and audit, workspace usage alert, and user and entity behavior analytics. These are some workbooks. Okay, query, this is working for query. Great. Which means it is not the issue with the workbook. It could be the issue with the subscription. Maybe we need to give it some time. If it doesn't work, we have no option but to raise a support request with Microsoft because there's nothing that you can troubleshoot here. All right, thank you, Fair. Moving on. So, workspace usage alert, analytics, health and audit, user and entity behavior analytics, Microsoft Sentinel deployment and migration tracker. These are some of the great workbooks that you can deploy in your environment, which gives you great piece of information, which gives you great visibility into your environment. Other than this, you will have ample workbooks that you will deploy based on what you are ingesting logs from. So if you're ingesting logs from Azure Activity Data Sources, Azure Active Directory, AWS, GCP, any non-Microsoft data connector like Palo Alto, Cisco, Checkpoint, Barracuda, then accordingly you will deploy workbook if it is part of the solution, if it is there in the solution. So that was about the workbook. Now, let's look at the analytics rule and let's identify something. So if I go to analytics rule, any analytics rule, let's say there is this analytics rule that says S3 object publicly exposed. Now, if I run this analytics, if I just edit this analytics rule, and go to the set rule logic and go to the scheduling. The scheduling says that it will run every hour. However, this is something that I have selected. Typically, an analytics rule runs once in 5 hours. That's the minimum. Some analytics rules are scheduled to run once in a day. So this analytics rule basically detects any S3 bucket in AWS that has been publicly exposed or any storage account in Azure. So any storage account in Azure, S3 bucket is AWS, storage account is Azure. So we have a couple of storage accounts here. If I look for any storage account in Azure, and if I go to containers, this is where I get to know whether my blob is publicly exposed or not. I'm just looking for a container if it is there in one of these storage account. Okay, for example, this container. Let's imagine in this container, I am actually keeping my business critical data, some personal data. And right now the container access level is private. Private means nobody has access to this container and the data contained inside from outside of this subscription. It's private. However, if this account is compromised, if this subscription is compromised, somebody can change this access from private to container level. And if this happens, it says all container and blob data can be read by anonymous request. Clients can enumerate blobs within the container by anonymous request, but cannot enumerate container within the storage account. So it basically means that this container and all the data kept inside this container will be publicly exposed, will be exposed to everyone out there if I change the access level. Same is the case with this analytics rule, wherein S3 buckets are by default configured with block public access. Nobody has access to an S3 bucket and the data contained inside by default. However, some malicious activity, some malicious program can actually take control of an S3 bucket or S3 service and make the buckets public. And if that happens, this analytics rule will run every hour. It has this query. It will run the query And if it finds any result from this query, right now there's no result coming because our integration with AWS account is not working properly. We're not integrating AWS, we're not ingesting logs from S3 bucket. However, let's understand the logic. If anybody changes the settings of S3 bucket and makes them public, the way I was showing it for Azure, this rule will basically run this KQL query once in an hour, and this KQL query will return the result if the alert generated from this KQL query is more than 0, which means even if one result is generated, one alert is generated, that alert will get converted into an incident. And the operations team or the incident responders will get notified of that alert, of that incident. That's the process. However, what if I want to proactively create incidents? What if I want to proactively look for probable incidents in my environment? What do I do there? So analytics rule works based on a schedule. And accordingly, they generate incidents based on the configuration. That's what analytics rule does. And then they run based on a schedule, and that schedule could range from hours to, actually you could also have schedule in minutes. So minutes, hours, and days. That's the schedule. Minutes, hours, and day. And as I said, the drawback is that it would only generate the incident when it runs and when it finds an alert based on the threshold. So this approach is basically reactive. For my SOC team, this is a reactive approach. They will need to wait for an incident to get generated, and then they will investigate. Is there an option? Is there a proactive approach? So when I say proactive, it basically means, can my SOC team engineers proactively look for incidents or look for potential security threats that has the probability to get converted into incidents even before analytics rule generate incidents? That is my question. And the answer to this question is yes. And that is known as hunting for incidents. Hunting for incidents or threat. And those people are known as threat hunter. I'm saying that's the terminology that we use. So yes, we have an option actually. We don't need to entirely depend on incidents created by analytics rule to get into action, to investigate and remediate. We can also hunt for incidents. And how do we hunt for incidents? We have KQL queries. So we can run a KQL query against the workspace where ingestion is happening, where data sources are ingesting the logs. So we can run KQL query and we can look for anomalies, look for probable clues, and we can create incidents. Now, the challenge is I may not be an expert in KQL query, or I don't have enough time to write KQL query, or I may not be able to think of a KQL query for all the use cases that I have in my mind, or for all the probabilities that I can think of. And that is where Microsoft Azure provides you hunting queries. So you have hunting queries available, which is both out of the box as well as custom. You can also write custom hunting queries. So we have hunting queries available. They are nothing but KQL queries in the backend. It's just that they have been provided in the form of a UI, in the form of an automated, approach that we can use. So we can run hunting queries, and based on the hunting queries, we can quickly hunt for threats, hunt for anomalies, hunt for security misconfigurations, and then we can create incidents from those queries. That's the another capability that Sentinel provides you. And then we have another option with the analytics, with the with the queries, with the hunting queries, that you can integrate them with Azure Notebooks, which is primarily for advanced hunters. I'm say that has the capability to give you more information. So let's first understand the basics of it. I'm say the advanced part you can always learn on the job or on the fly once you have good understanding of the basic. So let's first understand that what are the options available in the portal. So I'll go back to the Sentinel. Now in the Sentinel, let's first go to the Content Hub and let's look at the solutions that we have installed. So I'll just do a filter and I would only filter the solutions that I have installed. Now I've got a couple of solutions here. Now in the solutions also, I will only filter for the analytics rule that I have installed. Now these are the analytics rule that I have installed. And this analytics rule would include, these analytics rule are part of the solutions also, right? So for example, I have Azure Active Directory solution installed. Now in Azure Active Directory solution, do I have a hunting query? No. It has 59 analytics rule, out of which we have enabled some of the rules. 1 data connector, 11 playbooks, 2 workbook. But we don't have a hunting query here. Let's see in AWS, do we have a hunting query? Yes, we have got 36 hunting queries here. So Microsoft is more focusing on AWS, rather its own product. And there's a reason for it. Why? Because they have more than enough analytics query, analytics rule here in Active Directory. So that's on the AWS. Let's look for Azure activity. Do I have a hunting query? Yeah, I've got 14 hunting queries in Azure activity. Let's see what those queries are. So when you click on manage, you will see it. Then in the search, you can type hunting and you will see all the hunting queries here. This is for Azure Activity Solution. Now you have hunting queries like Azure Network Security Group Administrative Operations. Now let's click on this query and let's see what this query does. So when you select the query, it gives you the description of the query. It says that it identifies a set of Azure NSG administrative and operational detection queries for hunting activities. So basically this query will identify if there has been any change in Azure NSG administrative or operational change that has been done. So that's what this hunting query is all about. This hunting query will contain account and IP entities, which means if there are any changes to the NSG rule, then it will basically present the account, which basically means the UPN of the user who is making the changes and the IP address from where the changes are being made. That's what it does. And the technique that it shows is resource hijacking. Definitely, if I'm changing the configuration of a firewall, my intent is not good. So what we can do, we can run this query. Now the query is running, you can see The query ran, but we did not find any result. If I click on view result, I could not find any result. Let's probably run this query for 7 days and see if I can get the result. No result, because I did not have any administrative operation on NSG rules. I'm running this query for the last 30 days and no result. So this is the KQL in the query. Now, let's say if I'm running another query, the other thing why this query doesn't work, because we don't have our virtual machines also open. So these are the queries. Now there is another query that says Microsoft Sentinel Workbook Administrative Operations. Some administrative operations were done on Microsoft Sentinel Workbook. We have a Microsoft Sentinel Workbook here. So these are some of the queries. Let's see for a query that we can quickly see the results for, because I've done those changes day before yesterday, not yesterday. So Amazon Web Service. Now in Amazon Web Service, let's search for hunting. These are my hunting queries, and in Amazon Web Service, I have a hunting query wherein it says S3 bucket encryption modified. So S3 buckets are encrypted by default. S3 bucket has been deleted. Network ACL deleted. And so this is related to Amazon, and it will not only for S3, it will be for a couple of services. So I created this, which is S3 bucket encryption modified. Yeah. So I modified the encryption settings for a couple of S3 buckets day before yesterday because I wanted to show you this query. And let's run this query now. So this is my query, S3 bucket encryption modified. I will run this query. It doesn't, it doesn't provide any result because it is running for the last 24 hours actually. And this activity, the simulation was done in last 48 hours. So I would rather click on view results. Once you run the query, you can click on view results, and here you will see the view results, or you can directly click on view results and you will see the query and results both. So now I'll change the time frame. I would rather make it custom, and I'll say, show me all the probability of encryption modified for S3 buckets in the last 30 days. And there we go. You can see I'm getting 3 results here. And for each result, I will get the information that yes, the encryption setting, the default encryption setting, which is to enable the S3 bucket and the data encryption at rest, and as well as encryption in transit, which says that the calls to S3 bucket should be HTTPS only. So I have actually intentionally modified it. So you can see here the user identity principal ID. This is the user identity principal ID. Basically, this is the account ID, and this is the user. This is user identity ARN. In Azure terminology, we call it UPN. In AWS terminology, we call it ARN, Azure Resource Name. So this is my Azure resource name. This is the account, and this is the user. So I was actually logging in using root user, and with root user, I have actually changed the encryption setting of this bucket. So I am seeing that information here. It shows me my IP address. It shows me the region. This region is basically for the S3 bucket. And it shows me some additional information also, that user did it through S3 console. Basically, it was not an API call through AWS CLI, AWS PowerShell, or any software development kit supported by AWS. It was a console activity. So all of this information I'm getting, and how this information is getting tracked. This information is getting tracked from AWS CloudTrail data source. So you get a lot of information here. Now that I have got this, and this was just one hunting that I had in mind, that I just log into the shift, and all of a sudden I thought, let's see if there has been any S3 bucket that has been modified. So I'll quickly run this hunting query. I'll get the results. Now, probably I have an analytics rule here already, and that analytics rule runs once in a day. So probably I will have incidents for this event, maybe an hour later, or maybe 6 hours from now, 10 hours from now. But this hunting query gives me proactive information. I will now have an option to investigate the events that I have received here directly, or I can create an analytics rule here also from this query. So I can create a custom analytics rule quickly from this query, which is here, new alert rule. So I can create an alert rule for Azure Monitor and for Microsoft Sentinel. Now, this is where you will understand that in the backend, it is Azure Monitor. So log analytics is common to both Azure Monitor and Microsoft Sentinel. If this would have been a virtual machine, and if you would be looking for some performance issues, some performance insights for the virtual machine, and if you had received the results, you could have also created an Azure Monitor alert from this results. But since this is more about security, I am creating a Microsoft Sentinel alert. So when I click on create Microsoft Sentinel alert, you will notice that it is creating nothing but an analytics rule. So it is creating an analytics rule here against that query. So I can use hunting queries to proactively hunt for anomalies, misconfigurations, incidents, and then create an analytics rule from there. So let's create an analytics rule. So S3 bucket default encryption setting modified. This is the rule name. I can put the rule here. S3 bucket default encryption setting modified. I can select Tech 10 techniques. I would rather leave it right now. Severity, and then click on the rule logic. You will have this query already here. If you want to double check whether the query has been copied properly. Now, sometimes what happens, I have personally seen that when you are running the hunting query, it shows you the result. But when you are creating an analytics rule from that hunting query, sometimes you don't get the result. And the reason could be that the query was not copied properly. That could be one of the reasons that the query was not copied properly. Second, when you clicked on result, it was returning the result for the last 24 hours. And you will feel that the query doesn't work properly. So always do this. Click on custom and verify. Unless you verify in the analytics rule itself that the query is returning result, do not proceed with creating the analytics rule. Why? Because there's a high probability that it will never ever generate the incidents. So this is the thumb rule. So I am creating an analytics rule from a hunting query. And while I am provisioning this rule under set rule logic tab, I have intentionally ran this query and validated that yes, it is returning the results. So I'm confident that this has been copied properly. Due to some synchronization, the copy process, misses something. It is not copied properly, and then you will never ever get incidents coming from it. Okay, so this is great. I will click on continue editing alert. Then entity mapping. Now here I can put the entity mapping. You can see already it is coming because you're running this. You're creating this analytics rule from this query. This query already have entities here, which is IP custom entity, which is source IP address, account custom entity, which is user identity, username. So that's exactly what is here. In account, you will have account custom entity, which is this. And in the IP, you have IP custom entity. So it will basically return the IP address and user who will make those changes. Okay. Rest of the information you already are aware of. Query scheduling, I would like to run this query once in an hour. I would like to start it running automatically as soon as it is, as soon as it runs. However, this query will not create any incident because it will run once in an hour, which means it will run as soon as this rule is created, and it will only look data for the last 1 hour. So which means it will not create any incident. However, if tomorrow there are some changes that happens, it will definitely create an incident. Or if in next 1 hour, if encryption setting of any S3 bucket is modified, it will quickly create an incident. So then we can click on incident setting. Yes, we want to click in create incidents from the alerts which are triggered by this analytics rule. I can group or non-group the incidents and automated response. Now, automated response is something that we will do today. So right now, just like leave it as it is. Click on review. So we are reviewing everything, and then we will, once it validates, we will create this rule. So we have created the rule. So this is how we can make use of hunting queries to proactively hunt for anomalies, security misconfigurations, threats, and take corrective actions, and also create analytics rule from it. Now, majority of the analytics rule that so when it comes to the implementation, what we typically do, we always have use cases in mind. The way I have shown you use cases in the spreadsheet, in the Word document, and there was another document which has comprehensive use cases for a SIEM and SOC. However, whatever you have in mind during the implementation is not sufficient. This is only sufficient for the initial setting up operations. But in the operations, which is an ongoing activity, probably 6 months down the line, a lot changes in technology. And as a result of which, you have new attack vectors getting introduced, threat vector getting introduced. Your attack surface area has increased multifold as compared to what it used to be a couple of months ago, which basically means that analytics rule would not be sufficient. You will continue to identify new probabilities and create analytics rule for it. And that is possible through hunting queries. So it is not that as an engineer, SOC engineer, I will only wait for, I will log into Sentinel dashboard and I will wait for an incident to get generated in the dashboard and then I'll pick it up and I will work on it. Or somebody who is responsible for picking up incident and assigning owners to it, I will entirely depend on that role. As an engineer, I can also use hunting queries to hunt for threats, and I can create incidents from them also. So this is something I can use. Now, as I said, since this is a lab environment, definitely you will not get result for each query that you run. There has to be a supportive data source available. There has to be a supportive log available in that data source also for that. So I ran this query because I intentionally did, intentionally simulated that attacks, intentionally did that misconfiguration. I ran the query, I showed you the query results, and then I showed you the next steps that what you can do. You can directly get into the investigation, or you can create an incident. I'm saying you can create an analytics rule from that query so that going forward, the rule will automatically trigger based on the schedule and it will generate incidents. So that's how you will continue to add more and more analytics rule in your environment. So this was just one example. Now this is one way of doing it. There is another way of doing it. The other way is that we can navigate to Sentinel dashboard. And in the Sentinel dashboard, there is an option under threat management that says hunting. So we have a separate view for it, hunting. And in this view, you will see hunting queries here. And so you will see hunt here. Hunt basically means something that I do on periodic basis, something that I'm doing today, but I would like to repeat that activity tomorrow. And I don't want to start it from scratch. So I have created a couple of hunts here. Now, how do I create a hunt? So there is an option that says create hunt. So I will click on create hunt. I will type the hunt name. For example, I'm creating an hunt for S3 encryption modified, the same hunt that I'm creating. I'll type some description here. I'll select the owner also, the owner of that who I'm doing it for. I can create a hunt for a specific, I can create and designate hunt to somebody, or I can create it for myself so that I will use it. I will select the status of hunt, new, active, closed, backlog, approved. There are options to select it. So I start with new. Hypothesis, I will select validated because I will be, when you create a hunt, you also need to validate it, that whether that hunt is returning the results. So I will say validated and I'll create this hunt. So I've just created this hunt, which is new right now. Now you've just created a container. There is absolutely no instructions here in this container. So my next step is I will click on these three dots and I will add queries to this hunt. Because without a query, hunt is nothing. So I will add query to this hunt. Now these are all the queries which are available. How come these queries are coming? These queries are coming from the data sources that you have enabled. You will not see all the queries here. So I'm only seeing 74 queries here. In a production environment, you can see 700 queries also. Why? Because you have enabled those data sources, or you have enabled the solution and you have integrated the connector. And hence you are receiving the logs from that service. So if you look carefully, it only shows me the data sources that I have configured. For example, sign-in logs, AWS, behavior analytics, which we configured yesterday, uh, CloudTrail, which is part of AWS, Azure Activity. That's it. Azure Activity. These are the hunting queries that I'm getting. So sign-in logs, all of this. Why I'm getting all of this? Because this is what I have installed. Now this is where I can see all the hunting queries and I can run one of them. For example, the one that I was showing, encryption. S3 bucket encryption modified. Because I have enabled AWS connector. So this hunting query is available as part of that AWS solution. So I'll select this query and I will add this query to the hunt. Now the query has been added to the hunt. This hunt is assigned to somebody. Now, probably I would expect that person to run this hunt once in a while and see if there are proactive results coming from this hunt and create incidents if there are results. So now this hunt has been created. I will click on the hunt and now I will run this query. This is like creating a container, adding hunt to that container, and then running those hunting queries, and then based on the results that you get from those hunting queries, you will probably take an action. So, for example, now I'm running this hunt. So I will run this query and see whether it is returning any result. You can see it is not returning any result because there has been no event, no S3 bucket encryption modified in the last 24 hours. That's why the result is 0. However, I can click on view result here, and instead of last 24 hours, I can do a custom, and then I will see the results. So I'm seeing the results here. Now, what will I do here? Let's suppose that I'm getting the results. So when I get the result for this hunt, I have some options that I can take. So what I can do, I can quickly go to query action and say I can add a new query here and say if I want to get something relevant. So first I'll run a hunt, let's say whether there's a brute force attack on Azure portal. And yes, I can get some, I get some clues, I get some incidents and say I get some result. Yes, there has been. And I can identify the user from there. Then I can run user specific hunt. So this is how I can run multiple hunting queries and correlate. So imagine that I have received the alert. If I have received the alert, that then I have an option to also create an incident from this hunt. So once the results come, you can create an incident from this hunt also, or create an analytics rule. Both options are available. Here's your action. You see, create an incident. So you can quickly create an incident from this hunt also. That's the another option. So this is also a great capability which Microsoft Sentinel provides to incident responders or SOC engineers to proactively hunt for threats and identify those threats as part of those hunting queries and then take appropriate action. So this is another thing that you will do other than working on incidents which will get generated into the portal and then you will pick it up and then take care of it. So this was about the hunting. Let me know if you have any questions on this. And if not, then please go ahead. I'll give you 10 minutes. Go ahead and provision a hunting query and see for yourself how it works. Even if the query doesn't return any result, it is okay because it's a lab environment. This is expected, but at least understand the process, that what my process is. So instead of running it from here, I would rather suggest you to start from Content Hub, look for the solution and run it from there and see if you're getting the results. Once you are getting the results, you will know the query and then look for the same query in the hunting. For example, brute force attack, let's say. So I'll in the same, this is the hunt, brute force attack. Here in this hunt, you have a query. I'm saying I have not added any query here, so I'll add query to this hunt. And I'll say it is there. Yep. So let's say I'm security. Now you don't see multiple failed login attempts to an existing user without MFA. These are the three related to brute force. Let's say there is related to Azure portal. So there are multiple. You just need to look for the one wherever you feel that you will be able to get the results. Anonymous sign-in activities. Example, this one. Click on add. There was a problem, bad request. That's okay. It happens due to synchronization. We'll add it once again. Okay, now we need to read it. Customer configuration due to reserve value element is invalid. Advisory may steal the credential of a specific service account using credential access techniques. Credential access. Okay, let's refresh. It happens because of synchronization. Let's add this one. Azure Active Directory sign-ins from new location. Okay, so this one is added. Now let's run it. Now, when you're running it, it will only return the account that has been signing in from new locations. And the data source is sign-in logs. So let's run this query. Now, when you're running this query, as I said, once again, this will only, so let's look back, start time 14 days. However, this query is not returning any result. I'll go to the query editor and see if I can make it return anything. Okay, this is not returning any result. So probably we need to see, I'll say maybe it is not satisfying the logic. So this is not returning the alert. I'm returning the results. As I said, if there is any query that is returning the result, we can use that result. We can convert that into an incident, and or we can take appropriate action, whatever we feel. So that's what we can do in the hunting query. In a production environment, things will run smooth because before it goes into production, you will have your senior engineers or the implementation team members validate everything before they release it to production. So I went to UEBA solution. I am running this query. Let's see if it results, if it shows me any result. Paid logon or sign-in activity. Run this query. View results. Let's select the time range. Probably they will not return any result because, as I said, this has to be up and running for 14 days to capture the behavioral trends. Then only it will show you that whether it's an anonymous sign-in activity or whether it's anonymous field activity against an identity. Okay, here I'm getting the results. You can see I'm getting a lot of results here against this query. And these results are for my user only because I'm the one who have been logging into this subscription or this account most of the time. So I'm seeing anonymous here. And why it says anonymous? It says anonymous because my IP address is changing. That is why it is calling it anonymous. Because in a production environment, you are typically working on an endpoint, and so you're working from a system which is part of your corporate network. And if it is part of your corporate network, the source IP will always remain the same. Source IP will not change because in a production environment, we have static public IP configured at our router or at our perimeter firewall. So my public IP will remain the same. Even if I'm working from home, my public IP will still remain the same because I will first connect to the VPN, and from that VPN, I will be connecting to the solution. From the VPN, after I authenticate to the VPN, then I will be logging into Azure portal. So the public IP that will be retrieved in the log is the public IP of the corporate environment. So that is why it will be the same. Why it calls it anonymous? Why? Because it could see that I'm signing in from two different IPs, and within a period of 24 hours, you can see till August 1st, and then this is August 2nd, the IP address has changed. And why the IP address has changed? Because I shut down my router last night before I called it a day. And this morning I turned it back on. So as soon as I turned it back on, it established the connection with the ISP, and ISP provided another dynamic public IP to my router. So that is why I'm getting this another public IP. So this query is actually returning it is giving you the results. And there are 6 results here. So you can probably create a hunt, from this query, and then create incidents accordingly. So that was an example of it. Now this query right now not returning the results, but this is a great query. This basically helps you to identify brute force attack, which says anonymous geolocation logon. So geolocation logon will come when somebody is trying to log in to your Azure portal or any application for which data connector is configured, for example, M365 mailbox, from multiple locations within a short span of interval, which qualify for a brute force attack. So since this is not the case here, it is not returning any result, but in a production environment, this is one of the query that you can always, configure in the hunt. All right, so let's just practice it. I'll give you 10 minutes and then we'll move on. And if you have any specific questions, if you want to share any specific experience, from your hunting, activities, or if you have any, doubt that you want to clarify from here, please share it with me. Majul, do you use hunting? Do you do threat hunting in your current role?
No, Ravi.
Okay, great. But now that you have understood the process, so you can at least give it a try going forward. Yes, no?
Yeah, definitely.
Yep. All right. So do not entirely depend on analytics rule to actually generate incidents. Do proactive threat hunting. That's the another capability. Great. Sandhya, Sanjay, what about you guys? Have you been involved into threat hunting using hunting queries in the past?
No, Raghu.
Okay. Triveni, Shravani, Satya and Triveni, what's the
No,
status?
Raghu. Yeah. In our team also, like we are not using that threat hunting, not creating that threat hunting rules.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking you guys, the reason I'm putting you on spot, because from the tracker, from the information that I collated on day one, I could see that you guys are part of operations team. You guys are at L2 and L3 level, and you've also mentioned that you have experience on Sentinel. That is the reason I'm asking you to understand what you guys do with Sentinel. And so you have experience with both ArcSight and Sentinel. So that's the reason I was asking. So even if you're not doing it today, I would highly recommend you to start looking for threat hunting. Definitely you would need access. If you have access to create incidents, then you would be able to use threat hunting capability and create incidents from those threat hunting capabilities or analytics rule. Both options will be available as long as you have option to create incidents, or if you have Microsoft Sentinel responder RBAC allocated to your user ID. So try that. If not there, then you can request your management to assign that level of access so that you can take care of it. Okay, great. So this was basically for my operations team, because this is where majority of the operation happens. We cannot entirely depend on analytics rule to generate incidents, and we have limited analytics rule in our environment. And it's an ongoing process. We continue to add more and more analytics rule based on the new use cases that we identify or introduces, as well as based on the results that we get from hunting queries. Those are the two ways to add more and more analytics rule or to optimize our Sentinel environment. That is how we optimize it basically. Now let's come back to my admin team and engineering team, and let's understand something. Let's see if we are using it, if you are doing it for your customers. So Yogesh, since you're managing multiple customers, how have you configured backup and disaster recovery for Sentinel? That is my next topic. So I'll use a combination of operations and admin to keep both sides of the audience, active. Otherwise, the other side will start to lose interest and feel that we are not doing it. We are not intended to do this. So let's not, take interest in what is being discussed from operational perspective and vice versa. So we are done with the one topic from operations. Now my next topic is basically for admin and engineering team. Basically, this is one of the administrative tasks that most of you were interested into. Most of you shared your interest that you want to learn administrative tasks. So this is one of my administrative tasks. Tell me, how do we configure backup and disaster recovery for Sentinel? Anybody from engineering team would like to provide some inputs? Backup and disaster recovery for Sentinel. If you have it configured at one of your customers' environment, if you are planning to do it and you have some inputs in mind, or you are completely blank on it and you want me to explain, I will explain any which ways. Okay. My friends from Australia, Quinton, Claire, have you been involved into such activities, backup and disaster recovery for Sentinel?
No.
Okay. For ArcSight, because you also work with ArcSight?
Yes.
Okay. So how are we doing? How are we taking backup of ArcSight? What are we doing for it? So let's understand it from ArcSight, and then I will transform it to Sentinel. So let's
there's multiple ways. One is backing up the OS configs, and the other one's backing up the content.
The OS. Okay, hosting ArcSight. I will say ArcSight servers or instances. Great. So that's one way of doing it. What was the other way?
Generate the content backup so that the OS backups will pick up the content as well.
Configuration backup, I would say.
No, content backup, not configuration.
Okay, content backup. And what do you mean by content here?
ArcSight content includes everything. So the user's configuration, as well as all the rules, as well as everything that is all part of the content.
Okay, got it. Like similar to analytics, automation.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
great.
all part of content.
Great. That's great insight. Anybody else from engineering team? Yogesh, is this how we do ArcSight?
Yes.
Okay. What about Sentinel? Have you done backup and disaster recovery for Sentinel for any customer?
No, we have not configured it.
You have not configured it. Okay, great. Are you planning to configure it? Have you received any requirement from the customer to configure backup and disaster recovery for Sentinel? What if Sentinel, so for example, you're using Sentinel service in an Azure subscription in a specific region. What if that service goes down? And if it remains down, let's say for 24 hours, are you not planning to recover it in a different region to have your SOC operations up and running? I'm just giving you a food for thought. And this is for everyone. For my operations team also. Good to know information. So how are we doing it for Sentinel is the question. See, when it comes to ArcSight, ArcSight is a solution that we have installed on the top of servers. So we manage the infrastructure. Understand, backing up the OS basically means that you are managing the infrastructure. The reason you have not done it, Yogesh or anybody in the participants have not done backup and disaster recovery for Sentinel because it does not exist. That's the reason. That is the reason you've not ever included this in your implementation plan. Otherwise, backup and disaster recovery is pretty much part of the implementation. For example, if I navigate to any other service in the portal, let's say if I navigate to virtual machine service, which is my compute service, on the virtual machine blade itself, I have an option under operations that says backup and disaster recovery. However, when I navigate to Sentinel, I don't see an option. On the, you can see on the blade, the entire blade does not give you a single option that says backup and disaster recovery. There is no option. There is one option at the bottom that says settings. Let's click on it and see whether we have that option available. Setting has first tab as pricing. So we already know that we are right now using pay-as-you-go tier. And then you have commitment tiers also, which gives you discounts over pay-as-you-go. Let's look for the other settings. This is where we have enabled UEBA. This is where we have enabled auditing and health monitoring. And this is another topic that I had in my TOC, which is to tell you at the end of the training that now that we are done with the training, now that you are done with Sentinel, what if you need to delete Sentinel? Because you want to contain or control the cost. You want to focus on other products, or you are managing Sentinel for your customer. And now customer has decided to migrate from Sentinel to ArcSight. It's a reverse migration that they are doing. Usually we migrate from on-premises to cloud, but there had been instances in the past wherein customer migrated from cloud, they migrated back to on-premises because they could not bear the cost of cloud, increasing cost of cloud, sudden increase in cost. These surprises that they encountered, which ended up creating a big hole in their pocket because of not managing cloud resources efficiently, because of not following FinOps best practices. A couple of customers migrated back to on-premises. There had been a couple of incidents, and I was personally involved in one of the projects wherein I had to plan migration from cloud to on-premises, and they only paid me to plan the migration. They did not pay me to give them 100 reasons to stay back in cloud. So I never gave them any reason. I only helped them to migrate back to on-premises. So the question is, what if you decide to migrate back to on-premises? What if your contract is getting over? What if you decide to remove Sentinel? Because Sentinel has a cost. Right now you're using Sentinel, free trial of Sentinel for 30 days. But the moment that free trial is over, you will have cost for the service. And the cost would be like this, which is in thousands. I'm saying even if you're using pay-as-you-go has great cost. So even if you want to see the cost of pay-as-you-go, if I go to the workspace, this is my workspace which is connected to Sentinel. And here's the usage detail of the workspace. So my current pricing tier is pay-as-you-go. And this was the data that I ingested in the last 90 days. I can run a query and I can see my per day data ingestion. Then I can go to Azure I can go to Azure Sentinel. This is my per day data ingestion that you see here. This is for per day data ingestion. I will put it like 24 hours, run this query. And this is my per day data ingestion. Now, whatever this per day data ingestion is, I'll run it here. I'll go to results. So this is my per day data ingestion. I can go to Azure pricing calculator and identify that what is my per day, price that I'm paying. This is the per day data ingestion to various tables, which is it has gone. Right now, let's say my per day data ingestion is 1 GB. So what is my cost for 1 GB? So this is my plan. So my plan is $0.50, 50 cents per GB. This is my plan. This is my per day plan. So which is around $15 a month. So I'm paying $15 a month for per GB of storage in Log Analytics Workspace. That is what I'm paying for. Now, what if I decide to get rid of this cost because I'm not using Sentinel? And I'm just giving you 1 GB of data ingestion. In production, you will have multiple GBs of data ingestion. So what if you decide to get rid of Sentinel tomorrow? How do you delete Sentinel? How do you delete Sentinel service? If this would have been ArcSight. So backup and disaster recovery for Sentinel, and the other topic is discontinue, disregard, delete, or terminate, whatever terminology you like. Sentinel service. How do you do that? Probably so far you have only configured Sentinel for your customers. You never ever come across a situation wherein you needed to delete Sentinel, discontinue, disregard, terminate Sentinel service. So this is how we do it, guys. I'm saying probably you would want to do it to save some cost on your subscription if you are planning to explore some other services. Otherwise, Sentinel will continue to get charged. Right now, it is not getting charged because you are using free trial. So for that, you will go to settings and the last option at the bottom that says remove Microsoft Sentinel. This is the option. So if you want to get rid of Sentinel, this is how you will remove Sentinel. Now the question is, when you remove Sentinel, will it also delete all the data? Will it delete all the logs that you have stored in the Log Analytics Workspace connected to the Sentinel? No. It will only remove Sentinel service and the metadata that Sentinel has stored, all the analytics rule, all the hunting queries, all the solutions. It will only remove Sentinel and Sentinel components. It will not remove the Log Analytics Workspace. Log Analytics Workspace is a different service which is connected to Sentinel. So only the Sentinel service will be terminated, will be removed from your subscription. The workspace will continue to reside in the subscription. It will continue to bill you for data. So if you also want to get rid of workspace, you will need to delete the workspace. Or if you want to continue using that workspace because it's a shared workspace for monitoring team also, then you will only need to delete the specific data connectors of Sentinel that you have configured in the workspace, probably your syslog servers, your log analytics gateways that you have configured on premises to collate data from on-premises devices, all that you need to remove. You will need to remove all those agents, Azure Monitor Agent, Log Analytics agents running on the virtual machines. So this is how we remove Sentinel. It says, please understand before you click on remove. It says after the disconnection is identified, the offboarding process begins. For connector-specific offboarding instructions, remove Microsoft Sentinel from your workspace. So this is how from your workspace. Here you are only removing Sentinel from your subscription, which will stop the billing of Sentinel. Workspace billing will continue. For reducing the workspace billing related to Sentinel, I've already told you, remove all the data sources. For that, instructions are given on this documentation. You can click on this documentation, which gives you instructions. It says you must manually delete your playbooks, saved workbooks, and saved hunting queries, notebooks, and any additional log types. Why it says that you need to manually delete? It says you need to manually delete because because your playbooks are not saved inside Sentinel. Your playbooks are saved here. There's a separate portal, there's a separate view for playbooks, which is under Logic App. So playbooks are saved here, which is outside of Sentinel. That is the reason it is asking you to manually remove your playbooks, saved workbooks. Why it is asking you to remove your saved workbooks? Because if you remember, you were saving your workbooks in a location. So your workbooks are saved outside of Sentinel. They are shown inside Sentinel, but they are saved outside of Sentinel. So they are not getting removed by themselves. Same is the case with hunting queries that you have enabled. You will need to remove those hunting queries. You can directly remove the solution and it will remove everything, which includes the hunting queries as well. If you've created any notebook, any additional log type, you will need to remove it manually. After 30 days, your incidents, analytics, rules, and bookmarks are deleted from your workspace. So if you initiate the removal today, Microsoft will stop the billing for Sentinel, but will retain the log analytics rules, bookmarks from your workspace. Within 48 hours, the data and analytics rule, including real-time automation configuration, will no longer be accessible or queryable in Microsoft Sentinel. So you initiate this process today. In next 48 hours, you will not be able to use Sentinel console at all because the analytics rule, the queries, everything will become inactive. Within 30 days, it will delete everything from your workspace, and some things you will need to manually delete to stop the billing for it. So this is how we remove Sentinel. Now, Microsoft would basically want to know why you are going. They feel sorry to see you go. So you can say that you are moving to another workspace. You're missing feature, too expensive. I would say most of the people click on this, too expensive. They find Sentinel expensive because of per day log ingestion volume and the cost it charges for those log ingestion volume. They find it expensive. They find it expensive because they have not done due diligence while putting together their initial requirements, while creating a solution architecture for Sentinel, or they are not using Sentinel efficiently. So Microsoft can email you about your feedback. I'm saying you can just put your details here and Microsoft will will basically connect with you to understand. If you uncheck this, Microsoft will not do that. Click on remove Sentinel. So this is how you can remove the Sentinel. You can delete Sentinel service. You're deleting the Sentinel service only. Once the Sentinel service is deleted, then comes the log analytics workspace. So step by step. So first, you will remove the Sentinel service, which is my first step. Remove Sentinel service from Azure subscription. That's my first step. Second step is to delete all Sentinel relate. I'm saying the second step is to delete the workspace, LA workspace, connected to Sentinel. That's my second step. However, if second step is not possible, because if you remember the design, the design discussions when we were looking at sample use cases, those 3 use cases to put together the workspace design, there was one use case wherein the workspace was shared. If workspace is shared, between your network monitoring team, your infrastructure monitoring team, your security monitoring team, and whatnot, then you cannot delete the workspace. In that case, you will, if workspace is shared, you need to identify data sources related to Sentinel. And what those data sources will be, that will be related to Sentinel. So those data sources will probably be your Azure Monitor agent or Log Analytics Workspace agent running on source VMs and servers. Within Azure and outside of Azure. That's your data sources are any syslog server that you have configured, any log analytics workspace gateway that you have configured. These are your or non-Microsoft or custom data connectors that you have configured. Any streaming that you are doing, if you're streaming data log sources from to Sentinel, you will also need to remove that. This is how we discontinue Sentinel service. This is the overall process. If you only remove Sentinel service from Azure subscription, it will stop you charging for Sentinel, but you will still get billed for the storage charges in the log analytics workspace, and that is the maximum charge. Storage is the maximum charge. Sentinel has not that much of charge. So in order to get completely rid of billing of Sentinel service, you will need to follow this step. With this step, you will be able to remove Sentinel completely for your customer. I wish you never come across such a scenario wherein you have to remove Sentinel because customer did not like Sentinel or it did not go well along, with their expectation. I wish it should not have never happened. But as an admin team, as an engineering team, as an administrative task, this is what you need to know. So any question on this remove on the deletion of Sentinel service and its components from the subscription? Before we move on to the other topic, which is backup and disaster recovery. Vishan, Triveni, Sanjay, Mejun, Rahul, Muzibur, any questions? Okay. If I want to remove ArcSight, how will I remove? You already have it here. You just need to discard the infrastructure. So delete the infrastructure. I will say delete the servers. It will delete the servers where you're hosting ArcSight, where you're hosting everything and things are removed. It's very simple when it comes to ArcSight. But when it comes to Sentinel, it is a bit time consuming and you will need to take into consideration a couple of components here because this is how the service is configured. Okay. So this was my first administrative task. My other administrative task that my customer is actually not looking to remove the Sentinel. They are quite happy with the Sentinel. However, since I'm the service provider, I also help them to migrate to Azure. And when I help them to migrate to Azure, I actually help them to configure backup and disaster recovery for all the servers. And now they are coming back to me and they're saying, why don't you configure backup and disaster recovery for Sentinel service also? It is equally important to us. Those servers are important. You configured backup and disaster recovery. Sentinel is equally important to us. Please configure backup and disaster recovery for Sentinel. And now you have this task that you need to perform. You need to configure backup and disaster recovery for Sentinel. So if I want to configure backup and disaster recovery for ArcSight, how am I configuring it? My friend Quinton has already informed that if that is the case, then we would need to basically back up the OS, which contains the ArcSight management servers. And we also need to take content backup, which includes user configuration, analytics rules, use cases, automations, or anything that relates to ArcSight. This is how we will be able to do the backup and disaster recovery. I'm saying backup of Sentinel. And for disaster recovery, we can probably deploy another ArcSight instance in a different data center and have it connected with your content. And we can use that ArcSight instance in the event of disaster, in the event of your primary data center going down. That's what we can do for ArcSight. Let's understand it for Sentinel now. So in the same manner, if I want to do it for Sentinel, what I will do, I will back up the OS. When I say OS, I basically mean virtual machine in Azure terminology. So I'll back up the OS hosting the Sentinel service. I'm first talking about the backup. And I will also back up the components. What are my components? I'll back up all my solutions that I've installed. I'll back up all my workbook, all my hunting queries that I've created hunt for, all my analytics rules. That's what I will back up. What else Sentinel contains? That's what I will back up. Okay, so I'll take a backup of this and my backup part is done. But let's take a step back. Can I back up the virtual machine hosting the Sentinel service? Do I really have a virtual machine here? Triveni, do I have a virtual machine hosting Sentinel service? Did we ever deploy a virtual machine in the very beginning of this training when we were building Sentinel service?
Yes, Raghuveer, we are trying to find the logs for that health reporting and all in Sentinel. So virtual machine is also.
No, but those virtual machines are my data sources.
Yeah, it is not integrated in Sentinel.
They are integrated with Sentinel, but I'm talking about backup of Sentinel, not backup of virtual machine. See, for those virtual machines, here's the virtual machine. This is my virtual machine. This is the tab. These are my virtual machines which are sending logs to Sentinel, right? I can back up these virtual machines from its tab only. I'm saying from the virtual machine overview blade, I can perform a backup and disaster recovery. This is for my virtual machines, for my data sources. I'm not concerned about data sources. I'm concerned about the service, which is Sentinel service. I'm talking about the backup and disaster recovery of Sentinel service. So do I really have a virtual machine hosting Sentinel service? Did we install Sentinel service on the top of a virtual machine? That's
No.
what is Sentinel installed on one of these virtual machines? Yes, no, maybe. Okay. No, the answer is no. Sentinel is not installed on a virtual machine. Sentinel is a SaaS service. Understand this. Sentinel is a SaaS service. And you don't back up a SaaS service. SaaS means it is the responsibility of Microsoft. I never showed you that image, which I typically do in my admin trainings and say cloud admin trainings, be it Azure, AWS, GCP. Just give me 1 minute here. So Sentinel is this service, SaaS service. In SaaS service, everything is managed by the cloud service provider, by the vendor. The entire stack is managed by the cloud service provider, which means as a customer, you are not responsible to manage anything. In infrastructure as a service, there are three service delivery models in cloud: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service. So in infrastructure as a service, a customer is responsible to manage the OS, which means if you deploy Alert Logic on a virtual machine in Azure, you're responsible to manage the virtual machine and anything above it, which includes virtual machine, the the data that is stored on the disk, which is connected to the virtual machine, application which is installed on the virtual machine, which is Alert Logic. That's infrastructure as a service. There is another model which is platform as a service, wherein you only manage your application and data, which is Azure App Services or Azure Functions or Azure Kubernetes or other Azure services. Then we have another delivery model, which is software as a service. In software as a service, you don't manage anything. The infrastructure, the availability, everything is managed by the service provider, and Sentinel falls in this category. So Sentinel is a Sentinel is a software as a service, which means you are actually not doing any backup. Since it is software as a service, it is managed by Microsoft. So it's a software as a service, which basically means you don't have infrastructure. You don't have any infrastructure to manage. And when you don't have any infrastructure to manage and operate, there is no point of thinking about backup. So there is no backup when it comes to Sentinel service. Microsoft manages.
Yeah, so Raghuveer, this Sentinel is a SaaS service or PaaS service?
It's a SaaS service.
Okay.
In PaaS service, application and data belongs to the customer. So PaaS service is like you have your own SIEM solution that you want to deploy in Azure. That is PaaS. SaaS means you don't have anything of yours. You're just consuming the service. You're subscribing to the service and you are consuming it. For example, M365. You don't have anything. You subscribe to M365. You get access to M365 portal that you integrate with Azure Active Directory so that you can create mailboxes for your users and you can configure policies and procedures. Sentinel is a similar service wherein you subscribe to the service and then you configure the service to use for your specific use cases. But you don't build anything from scratch. Similar to Alert Logic, wherein you have the installation, download binaries available for Alert Logic. You download the Alert Logic installation from Alert Logic website, and then you deploy Alert Logic on a virtual machine in Azure or in on-premises on a physical server, and then you configure it. Sentinel is a SaaS service. There is no infrastructure to manage and operate, which means Microsoft manages the high availability and failover for Sentinel. So it's Microsoft that will manage the high availability and failover. That's Microsoft responsibility. Now, what is the additional information that you need to know here? Because your customer will ask you. If you are into the design discussions, this question may come up where you present the plan, and in your plan, your customer will not see backup and disaster recovery module. And customer will say, why have you not included backup and disaster recovery? This is how you will answer the question. So this is that Sentinel is my high availability. I'm saying it's a SaaS service. So Microsoft is managing the high availability and failover, and there is no infrastructure that we are managing and operating. The second thing is SLA. That if it's a SaaS service, then what is my SLA? I'm saying, what if this, since I am not managing the infrastructure, then if Microsoft is managing the infrastructure, what if is this service not available for 10 hours or for 24 hours? What is my SLA? Service level agreement with Microsoft. If I am managing it, I don't need any SLA. But since Microsoft is managing it for me, if DXC outsource its security operations service to HCL or TCS, there will be an SLA that will be agreed between DXC and HCL. And SLA is all about the service availability, initial time to response, initial time to resolve an incident, all that. So similarly, what is my SLA? That's my question that I need to understand from Microsoft. So in order to understand the SLA, there is no SLA for Sentinel. Why there is no SLA for Sentinel? Because Sentinel is a SaaS service. Now Sentinel is built on the, so Sentinel is built on the foundation of Azure Monitor logs, which is LA Workspace, Log Analytics Workspace. So Sentinel is built on the foundation of Azure Monitor Logs or Log Analytics Workspace. Hence, SLA for Sentinel is same as Log Analytics Workspace. So that's the SLA for Sentinel. Whatever is the SLA for Log Analytics Workspace, it is the same SLA for Sentinel. There is no separate SLA for Sentinel. It's a fully managed SaaS service from Microsoft. Now, what are the SLAs for Log Analytics Workspace? Your customer may say, okay, what are the SLAs for Log Analytics Workspace? For that, I'll show you the SLA repository of Microsoft. I'll put that into the chat window that you can store. This will give you SLA repository of Microsoft. So here's the link for SLA repository of Microsoft. You can see it here. This is the service level agreement for Microsoft Online Services. And you should always pick and choose the one which is on the top, which is the latest. So click on the one which is the latest and install it. And you will see the SLA for all the Microsoft services, which includes your Log Analytics Workspace as well. This is one way of looking for it. It is opening the document. Here's the SLA, which is applicable from yesterday onwards. So always give the SLAs. This document has all the SLAs. Let's do a control F and look for workspace. In this document, here's the workspace, but it is under Azure Databricks. Maybe let's look for log analytics. Okay, over here, log analytics, which is on page number 58. So we can directly navigate to 58. Here's the SLA. This is my SLA for log analytics service, and the same SLAs are applicable for Sentinel also. So my SLA is that if my log analytics service, because see, Sentinel is querying the logs and then producing the incidents, producing the intelligence, the capability it brings on the table. So the SLA is if now Microsoft SLAs are financially backed up SLAs, which basically means that if Microsoft is not able to maintain the SLA, Microsoft will reimburse you, will give you service credit. So the SLA is that if the service is less than 99.9% available in a month, Microsoft will give you 10% service credit. So if Sentinel service is less than 99.9% available in a specific month, month means 730 hours, 720 hours. That's what a month means here. So you can calculate the availability percentage and accordingly you will get the service credit. If the service is less than 99% available, then you will get 25% of the service credit. Now what this service credit means? So this service credit basically means that if you are paying Now, understand this. So it basically means that if my per month cost per month billing for Sentinel is, let's say, $1,000, which is very low. I'm just taking a hypothetical scenario. My per month billing is $1,000, and for the month of July, I receive invoice on August 1st, and on August 1st, I got the $1,000 billing for Sentinel. However, the service was not available in July. 99%. I'm saying it was below 99%. Then I'm eligible for, so the service availability in the month of July was less than 99%. Then it means that I'm eligible for 25% of service credit. And 25% is equivalent to $250. 250 USD is what I'm eligible to get back from Microsoft. And this amount, this credit will be adjusted in the subsequent billing. So when I receive the bill for the month of August, they will have $250 adjusted from the billing. That's how I will get the SLA. This is how SLAs are calculated. I'm saying SLA calculation formula is given here. It says maximum available minutes minus downtime divided by maximum available minutes into 100. That's the, so if in a month you have 730 hours into 60, which will give you the minutes. So you will just type it here, and the downtime in the minutes, for example, let's say so in a month you have 43,800 minutes. This is in a month. No. 24 hours. 24 into 60, and then okay. So if you want to calculate it, this will be like 730 hours in a month into 60, which will be 43,800 minutes. So this is your minutes. Now you will just need to identify for how many minutes my Sentinel service was not available. And accordingly, you will do this calculation and Microsoft will give you the service credit. But are you supposed to be doing it? No, not exactly. Microsoft does that. Microsoft is built on trust. Microsoft has a team that looks into service unavailability for a specific month, and it calculates the SLAs. And according to that calculation, it will provide service credit back to all the customers. So if Sentinel service was down in US, let's say for 10 hours in a specific month, Microsoft will do the calculation and Microsoft will provide service credit to all the customers who are using Sentinel service in that region. That's how SLAs are calculated. So we are back to the original question that what is my backup and disaster recovery? So there is no backup for the service. If there is no backup, then the customer says, then how do we restore when the service is not available, when the service gets corrupted, when there is some data loss? So you can tell that don't worry about it. Service will not get corrupted. There is no data loss here. It's a fully managed, highly available service from Microsoft, which is backed by a financial SLA. And here's the SLA detail that you can share with the customer. So that answers my first question on the backup and disaster recovery. However, I still have another question, which is what about my log data? I'm saying Sentinel is configured, Sentinel is highly available service that I accept, but what are my additional options? My additional option is that my logs from various data sources what can I do for these logs? I'm saying this is where I have some control. On Sentinel service, I don't have any control, but I have control on the logs. You know that all of these logs are stored into a LA workspace, which is connected to the Sentinel, and LA workspace is not a SaaS service. This is in my control. So what I can do to back up my data is nothing but my logs. Logs is my data when it comes to Sentinel. So to back up my logs, what I can do, I can export those logs to a storage account or to Azure Data Explorer for long-term retention. This is what I covered yesterday. And you have the documentation also with various approaches which are available. So I can export my logs, I can back up my logs, which means exporting the logs that I collect from various data sources to a storage account, which provides me unlimited retention. And I can also stream them to an Azure Data Explorer, where I can also query the logs. If I put them into the storage account, it is like passive logs. I cannot do anything. I will need to put them back into Workspace to query. Or I can use Azure Data Explorer so that I can also query the log from Azure Data Explorer. These are my long-term retention options or backup options for my logs. This is what I can do at the Mets. There is another option which is using Event Hub. You can export or stream the logs to a third-party storage repository. This is another option. So these are my backup options for the logs, which Sentinel needs at a bare minimum to work. There is no backup option for Sentinel. There's a backup option for the logs which Sentinel needs. So you can enable, I'm saying you can configure that, you can configure this backup on a specific schedule, or you can enable continuous export also. So when I say you can enable continuous export, Yogesh, now you have the document which has the references to all the probabilities. The references will contain a specific documentation from Microsoft where you will see that you have option to enable continuous export also. So continuous export basically means as long as the logs are received in the workspace, they will be streamed to a storage account or to Data Explorer in near real time at the same time. That's what continuous export is. So you can also enable that continuous log export. That's what you can do at a bare minimum for Sentinel backup. And for backup, we have not reached to disaster recovery. Right now, we are focusing on backup only. Okay, so this is for the backup. Now let's talk about disaster recovery. What is my option for disaster recovery? Now, for disaster recovery, once again, Sentinel is a fully managed service. So there is no point of thinking about disaster recovery of Sentinel. Microsoft will manage the high availability and failover. So this high availability and failover is managed by Microsoft. Failover means disaster recovery. But I still have some option about my logs because logs are within my control. So what can I do for disaster recovery of my logs? For logs disaster recovery, I have two options basically. I can store these logs into a storage account across the region, which means if my logs are getting stored in Log Analytics workspace in East US, I can create a storage account in West US, and I can enable continuous export or backup of logs into a storage account which is in West US. This is my first option. My other option is for disaster recovery of logs. My other option is I can use multi-homing. Now, what is multi-homing? multi-homing basically means sending logs to two workspaces simultaneously from all data sources. That's my multi-homing. So what I can do, I can create two workspaces. One in East US, the other workspace I can create in West US. East US workspace I will attach with Sentinel. I will integrate with Sentinel. West US workspace I will only use to ingest logs from all the data sources simultaneously. So all my data sources, all my virtual machines, syslog, gateway, collectors, all of them are sending logs to the other workspace also. And whenever the Sentinel service in East US is down, I will quickly go to this workspace and attach this workspace with Sentinel service. And then I will start to see, I will start to have incidents getting created because workspace contains the log and Sentinel needs logs to run, to breathe, to work. So that's my other option. However, this option is costly. Why? Because it is double the price. If you are paying $1,000 for a month for one workspace Sentinel, you will end up paying $2,000 a year, minus cost of the Sentinel service. So this is a costly option. It is almost approximately double the price. I will not say exactly double the price, but approximately double the price. So my best bet is to store these logs into a storage account across the region. So after this, we are able to conclude. So this is my conclusion. There is no traditional backup recovery available for Microsoft Sentinel. Hence, you should not include that in your implementation plan. Hence, it was never ever included in your implementation plan. You never thought about it. So today, I just helped you connect the dots that why it was not there in your implementation plan. Why have you, if you have done 10 implementations of Sentinel so far, why have you not looked into this aspect? This was the reason, because it was never needed. It's a fully managed SaaS service from Microsoft. And if you want to do anything, so that I have shared the document with you, which is the long-term retention. Think of storing your logs or exporting them to a separate workspace, separate storage repository, which is storage account or Azure Data Explorer, and store it. That is your backup of logs. Even you need to understand one thing here. When you're exporting those logs to a storage account or Data Explorer for long-term retention, you need to understand that log analytics workspace has maximum retention of 2 years. So at least for 2 years, your logs are not going anywhere. They are stored in log analytics workspace. If you go with the default retention, it is 30 days, but you can extend it to 2 years, which means for 2 years, you don't need to worry about anything. You don't need to configure any long-term retention. And if your business does not need to comply an audit requirement or a standard which says that you need to store your logs for 7 years, this is more than sufficient. You don't need to even bother about backup and disaster recovery of Sentinel at all. So for any SaaS service in Microsoft domain like M365, Sentinel, Dynamics, SharePoint Online, any SaaS service that Microsoft offers, there is no direct option to backup and disaster recovery. There are workarounds available, or there are strategies available. And for Sentinel, I've just shown. I'm open to questions if you have any, guys. This is very important thing. See, operations, you will learn as you do it. The more you work on Sentinel console, the more comfort level you will get. If you work on Sentinel console for 8 hours a day, within a couple of months, you will become an expert. As compared to somebody who spends probably an hour or 2-3 hours once in a week. You will know more than that person because you work with the portal. But these are some activities that you need to be expert at, because you may not come across these scenarios every now and then, but you are expected to be aware of it when you tell somebody that I'm working with Sentinel for 2 years. I've been working as I've been part of Sentinel engineering team for 2 years. Then you're expected to know the answers of these questions. And don't only say yes or no when somebody says, can we enable backup and disaster recovery for Sentinel? You say, no, we cannot do, it's a SaaS service. That's not sufficient. You are an architect, you will need to explain it in the same manner that I've just explained to you. You will need to explain it to the dots, to the depth of it, so that the person is convinced, because that person could be your customer also. And customer will not like yes or no answer. Customer needs explanation. That's what they pay you for. And if that explanation is given by somebody else, trust me, you have started to lose your customer from that day onwards, because now you have somebody else that the customer is trusting, that the customer is looking forward to, that the customer is approaching for queries and answers. And this exactly happened with me when I was part of support back in 2014, working for a company. I had this person sending service requests, and he would like me to work on those service requests. So he would put these specific remarks in the service request that I want Raghuveer to take care of it. Now that service request will come to me. I will work on that service request that would typically relate to provisioning of services in Azure, because I was part of Azure team, Azure operations team. And then the customer would come on a call and he would ask me a couple of questions, and he would always like the way I explain it to the customer. And he would say that you explain it well. And slowly and gradually he started liking it. And when the time came to renew the contract for another service, he actually wanted my employer to bid for that service also. And he invited my employer, he spoke to the customer account manager, and he said that why don't you bid for this contract, because we are now renewing it and we want you to also bid for it. We bid for that contract and we won it. It is not because of me only, it is because of the approach that I followed, that my team followed. So there are times when you never know when you are doing good for your company or you are doing bad for your company. When you don't answer a question well for your customer, you never know, you've just started to lose your customer. Or when you answer it to the fullest, though it is outside of the purview of support, you are handling Sentinel, but the customer is asking something out of the box, something outside of Sentinel. But you take initiative, you answer that question, or you don't have ready-made answer, you prepare and you go back to the customer and answer. You never know what good you have done for your company. That person might recommend you or your services to its employer or to other people also. So it's all word of mouth publicity that you need to focus on, because it has absolutely no marketing cost, zero marketing cost. Great. So this was about backup and disaster recovery of Sentinel. And as I said, you don't need to make notes here. This session transcript, I will be sharing it with you on the last day of the training as it is. So this is not a fair copy. This is a rough copy, but this gives you fair idea of what topics at a very high level, not everything is written here, were covered on a specific day, so that you can navigate to that specific session recording portion to go through that specific topic if you have any doubts. So this was on the backup and disaster recovery of Sentinel service. And with this, we are done with this topic. Let me know if you have any questions, else we'll take a break. We'll resume from the break and we'll move on to the next topic, which is automation.
Yes, Raghuveer, I have few questions on this.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so first, with respect to the cost optimization, suppose our customer wants to retain logs for 2 years, okay, but in a log analytic workspace, it will cost more. So I want to configure this workspace for 1 year, and
Hmm.
for the 1 year, I want to export those logs to this Azure Data Explorer. So where I can configure this, and
You
will
will
it
need.
also help? Yeah, will it also help me in reducing the cost?
Absolutely. See, the cost of Workspace is higher as compared to Azure Data Explorer. Right. For example, if Workspace is costing you $1,000, Azure Data Explorer will cost you $700, and storage account will cost you $300. That's how the cost bifurcation is. The benefit of Azure Data Explorer is that you have KQL, which basically means that you can still run KQL queries in the stored logs, and you can export those logs back to your main workspace if you want to create incidents and use it. That's the benefit of Data Explorer. It's an active service. Storage account is a passive service. It is like storing something on a disk and then storing that disk in an Almirah and locking it out. That's what storage account is. Hence, the cost is low. Now, how do you do it? For that, I've shared the documentation. The guidance is available. For that, what you need to do here, this is the option. So you will need to create an event hub because you have event hub option available. You have direct integration with Azure Data Explorer also. You will need to deploy Azure Data Explorer service first. So when you deploy the Data Explorer service, Azure Data Explorer cluster here, you will need to deploy this service first. Once you deploy this service, then you will see integration options via Event Hub or directly with Log Analytics Workspace. And then you can configure the integration. And while you configure the integration, you will have an option to choose how do you want to integrate. I will say on your Log Analytics Workspace, for example, this is your Log Analytics Workspace. Here you will have this option of data export. So you will configure an export rule here, and here you will create the rule. So you will create the rule, let's say this, then click on next, and here you will select the tables that you want to export the data to. You will select all the tables because you are configuring the retention here. Then you will select the destination. In the destination, you have multiple services here. Here you see storage account only right now. So this is the direct method to send it to storage account. If you want to send it to Azure Data Explorer, first of all, if you want to direct integration with Data Explorer, do it from Data Explorer window. If you want to do it from here, then it is via Event Hub. So you will need to have an Event Hub created here. It will go to the Event Hub, and then from the Event Hub blade, you will stream it to the Azure Data Explorer. So this is the option. And as I said, the documentation that I shared with you that has URL, you click on that URL and it will give you the exact step-by-step guidance for a specific use case out of multiple use cases that you see in that documentation. Make sense?
Yes.
So this is what you need to do. So that answers your both the questions that yes, it will be costly to keep that in Workspace for 2 years. You should rather keep it for 1 year in the Workspace, and you should rather export it to a storage account to have it to pay less. But if you want to keep it in Data Explorer because you want to query those logs also while they remain stored as part of your backup plan, then use Event Hub to stream it to Data Explorer or create Data Explorer service. And from the Data Explorer service dashboard, you can directly integrate it with the Log Analytics Workspace. So those are the options. And in fact, using Event Hub, you can also stream it to a third-party solution. Let's say I want to export all my logs or stream all my logs to Alert Logic. I don't want Sentinel to actually provide me the same capability in cloud. I want all my logs related to cloud services, related to other services, be streamed into Alert Logic. That option is also available. For that, you need to create an Event Hub, and you will need to configure the Event Hub to stream logs to Alert Logic, and then you will do the same capabilities in Alert Logic, and vice versa also. I can stream logs from Alert Logic, Splunk QRadar to Sentinel also in the same manner. So Event Hub is the key service here that will help you to stream logs. So provision the Event Hub service, and then you will see all the options available there. In fact, There is another option in Defender. I'll show you. So in Defender, you can also see security solution. Under management, there is an option for security solution. You have an option select scene here. So you can directly stream logs. You can see here, Defender will be sending the logs to Azure monitoring, which means a log analytics workspace. From there, logs are getting streamed using Event Hub to the third-party SIEM solution. So you will create an Event Hub, then you will stream the Azure activity logs to the Event Hub, or all the logs from Log Analytics workspace to the Event Hub. And this is where you install the partner solution. If you want to know that how many partner solutions are available, you will click here and you will see the solutions. It has the capability, I'm saying right now as we speak, it supports all the top 10, all the popular SIEM service providers, which is here. So you can see IBM QRadar, Splunk, Sumo Logic, ArcSight, syslog server, Logarithm, logz.io. It is available for the, for them out of the box. However, you have custom also. I'm saying if this is not the solution that you are looking at, your solution is, let's say, Securonix. Your solution is something else, FireEye or CrowdStrike SIEM, which is not, which is not mentioned here. Then also you can use Event Hub to integrate it from here. This is how Event Hub looks like. See, this is your port Event Hub, and here you can see Azure Data Explorer is here. This is the logo for Data Explorer. This is for storage account. So you have all the options here. So same is the case with Sentinel. When you will configure the Event Hub, you will see all the options to integrate. From the Event Hub, you just need to pick and choose and you can configure it. So you can try it. And if you have any questions, you can always discuss it with me during this training as well as after the training. I'll share my contact information with you guys. Just drop me a note on WhatsApp whenever you need any clarification, whenever you are in doubt, whenever you are stuck. I will definitely respond to you whenever I get time. Not during the daytime because I will be in training session, but probably in the evening, I will try and respond to you. If required, I'll connect with you and help you. Okay, so this was regarding the retention. Any other question, Yogesh, or from any other participants?
No, I'm good.
Great. If there are no more questions, let's take a break. Let's take a break for 15 minutes. Let's be back by 10:50. 50 minutes past 10 in the morning here India time. Thank you. I'm stepping away from my system, guys, to have breakfast. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you. All right, I'm back. Okay, let's get started. Okay, my next topic is respond. So we are done with collect phase. We are done with detect phase. We are done with investigate phase. Now my next phase is respond. These are the 4 phases of Sentinel: collection of data, detection of threats, which is via analytics rule, investigation, where you basically primarily deal with hunting queries and incidents. So you investigate the incidents, and then comes the respond phase. Now, when it comes to response, when you are dealing with the investigate phase, you can identify the root cause of an incident and accordingly take an action. That action could include to forward that incident to an appropriate team or an appropriate person to remediate it, to resolve it, and then putting in place appropriate measures to ensure that something similar will not happen. That's what respond is all about. However, you will not manually respond to incidents all the time. You also have an option to automate the response, or we can call it remediate the response, remediate the incident via automation. This is what respond phase is all about. Now, Sentinel does not have inbuilt SOAR capability. I'm saying Sentinel is a SIEM solution and it does not have SOAR capability, which is the automation capability. It does not have out of the box. For SOAR capability, it basically uses playbooks. And those playbooks are created in Logic App service. So Logic App is the service in which you will create playbooks, or even if playbooks are directly available in Sentinel console, they are also, when you basically make use of those playbooks, they are also stored in Logic App service. So that's what the store capability is all about for playbooks. Now, if you remember, I shared you the GitHub repository for Sentinel the other day. That GitHub repository also has a couple of sample playbooks available, uploaded by community members, which you will find useful in most of in 90% of the use cases. Because at the end of the day, the product is common for all the organizations. So if the product is common, then probably their configuration requirements are also common. Use cases may differ from organization to organization, but configuration requirements will be common. So you will have playbooks available. Let me show you that documentation once again if you have lost access to it. This is the GitHub repository that we have for Microsoft Sentinel. And on this GitHub repository, you will have some playbooks. I'm saying you will have a lot of information available. As part of an engineering team, as part of an operations team, this GitHub repository is common, has a great piece of information. Sorry, I was talking on mute. So on this GitHub repository, you get a lot of information with respect to Sentinel for all the use cases for collect, detect, investigate, and respond phases. In fact, sample architecture for workspaces, knowledge base is also available. So let's say right now I'm focusing on respond. So for respond, now the beauty of IT is today, you don't need to build anything from scratch. You have AI tools, open AI tools available like ChatGPT. You need any information, just put a query there, you will get the reference. You will get the solution or the reference to the solution. Similarly, we have GitHub repositories in Azure in which all the information is available. All you need to know is how to search for the information, how to search for the right content. You don't need to remember everything. That is exactly what I do. I don't remember everything. From next week onward, I will be delivering a training on Azure Virtual Desktop. The week after, I am delivering a training on Qualys Vulnerability Management. And a week after, I will be delivering a training on AWS. So my next training on Microsoft Azure will be in mid of September, which means from Friday onwards this week till mid of September, I will hardly log into Microsoft Azure portal or work with Microsoft Azure services from the training perspective. From consulting perspective, definitely I'll keep working with my clients and support them with various Azure products that I support for, but I will not be delivering the training, which means I will not get into the portal or all of these documentation. Now, how do I keep track of it? I always keep them in my browser favorites. I always keep them in a specific folder that I have created for a cloud. So on my laptop, I've got 3 folders, one for Azure, one for AWS, one for GCP. And then inside those folders, I have 2 folders, Azure Infrastructure and Azure Security, and for AWS and GCP also, which means I keep my knowledge base organized on my local repository, which is my laptop. I have references to cloud repositories, online repositories, which is GitHub, which is browser favorites. That's how I keep pace with the changes in technology. So it is not possible for you to learn everything in the short span of life, but you can at least learn the tips and tricks through which you can get majority of the information. So this is what I also use whenever I am, whenever I'm delivering a training or whenever I'm doing consulting exercise. If I need to get access to something new, I can come to this GitHub, and there are GitHubs available for most of the Microsoft services. So I have references to the documentation and GitHub both for those services. For example, I'm looking for, let's say, playbooks. So I will just directly click on, playbooks here. And here I will see a lot of playbooks. You can see there are multiple playbooks here. If I need, I will not say that the information that you will find here is 100% authentic, accurate. At least you will get to some starting point. You will get some logic, some idea, and you can use that logic and idea to build something that you are working on. So these are the playbooks which are available. You have a lot of playbooks over here. So you have playbooks here, and you also have playbooks as part of your Sentinel. So remember when we were deploying the solution from Content Hub, every solution has some playbooks. I will not say every solution, but most of the solutions have playbooks available. Now, before we get into this playbook, let's understand this service in the backend. So Logic App is the service that powers the playbooks, that powers the automation for Sentinel and for other Microsoft products, Logic App. And Logic App is a workflow management service. And this is one service that is available in GUI mode, which basically means that you need very minimum or no code experience. So even if you're not somebody who comes from a programming background and you want to create automation, and in the backend it's JSON templates, it's YAML scripts, but you don't need to bother about it. This is like driving a car. All you need to understand is ABC, accelerator, clutch, and brake. If it is automatic, then you don't need to bother about clutch also and gear also. But even if it's a manual car, you need to have good understanding of ABC and the steering. As long as you know how to operate ABC and steering, you can drive a car. You don't need to bother about the internals of it. That is the same thing with Logic App. What happens in the back end, you don't need to bother about it. What you need to know is how to use the GUI part. As long as you know how to use GUI, you can create playbooks based on your specific use cases. That's what Logic App is all about. It's a workflow management service. Using this, you can create a workflow. Workflow basically means that if something happens, what is the next step? What are the conditions? That's what workflow is all about. So let's first understand from the very basics, because by now I've got the visibility from all of you that though you've told me that you've been working with Sentinel for a long time, but you actually have not gone into depth of Sentinel, or you have not actually worked with all the capabilities of Sentinel. So I'll try to explain this from the very base, because this is one part of Sentinel that people with quality years of experience do not work with most of the time, because this is a bit administrative, and automation is something which everybody wants, but nobody wants to make effort in building the automation. They need everything to be served on their plate. So let's understand it from the very basic. Now, automation is core of cloud. And when I say cloud, at least for Azure cloud, it is core of cloud, because most of the services that you have in Azure supports automation. In fact, Microsoft now has Logic App integrated, Logic App based automation integrated with most of the Azure services. Let's see though. Let's understand how it works in the backend. So if I navigate to, let's say, virtual machines. This is my virtual machine. Let me first start one of the virtual machine. So this is my virtual machine. I'm starting my virtual machine. Now, what are my possibilities for automation on virtual machines? What are my possibilities? I would typically want to save cost for virtual machine. And to save cost, what I'm doing, I am stopping the virtual machines. I'm stopping the VM when not needed. And I start the VM when needed, right? That's what I'm doing. However, I'm doing all of this manually. This is what I'm doing from day one. I'm manually stopping the virtual machine when my training is over. I turn on the virtual machine when I need to validate some use cases or some configuration in Sentinel or in Azure, or I turn on my virtual machine probably in the morning when I resume the session. That's what we are doing. Do I have an option to automate this start and stop operation? I'm saying I don't want to do it automatic. I don't want to do it manually. I want to automate start and stop. Automate this action. Do I have this capability? The answer is yes. You may not have seen it yet, but the answer is yes. This capability is available, and this capability is powered by Logic App. Let's see this capability. So we're trying to understand this service from the base, from the very background perspective, so that you will have good command on it. So I'll go back to my virtual machine. This is my virtual machine. All of you, please turn on your virtual machine. And on your virtual machine, if I go under operations, I see an option that says auto shutdown. So when I click on this operation, I say click on this option, I can enable this auto shutdown. And there is an option that says, OK, schedule shutdown. I can provide a time here. I'll probably type, let's say 9 instead of AM, I'll type PM. So 9 PM in the evening, as per this time zone, I want to shut down this machine. And before the machine is shutting down, I want to send a notification also to somebody. So I want to send notification. So I will type my email address that before the machine is shut down, please send me an email. Okay. So I put my email address and I will, so after I provide all of this information, I will save this. Okay. Now the challenge is that I do not have an option to start the machine. It only says that we'll shut down the machine at 9:09 in the evening as per that time zone. But where is the option to start it? Which means this is partial automation. I will only be able to shut down the machine. And whenever I want to turn it on, I will need to turn it on manually. This is partial automation. Now, this was there available in Azure for a long time, 5-6 years. But this is partial automation. This doesn't make sense to me. So what I would rather do, what I used to do, I would provide a PowerShell script, or I would write an ARM template, and I would integrate that template with this virtual machine so that as per the template, as per the script, I would have mentioned the time, machine will automatically stop at that time. And prior to stopping, it will send an email to whosoever I want to notify 5 minutes before it stops the machine, and it will get started after in next morning at a specific time. And a notification will be sent to somebody. I'm set to an email address that the machine is started. This is what I would do, but it's once again, it's not fully automation. But now this automation is available. You can see it here. Under automation, there's an option that says task, and it says preview. So this service is in preview, but it works perfectly fine. Let's see what this service is. So there are some tasks which are available, which is start the VM and stop the VM. These are the tasks which are available. Let me delete this. Let's start from scratch. When you navigate to your virtual machine, you will not find anything there. So this is how you will see it. You will see automation task and it will say add task. Now you will click on add task. When you click on add task, it will ask you to select a template. There are 4 templates here. First, send monthly cost for resources, power of virtual machine, deallocate virtual machine, or start virtual machine. Let's say I want to stop the machine in the evening and start it next morning. That's what I want to achieve. So I will click on power of virtual machine. I will select power of virtual machine, click on next, authenticate. Now, when you click on authenticate, it will basically take authentication from you. Authentication basically means it will ask you to sign into your portal to authenticate. And if you are planning to send email to somebody before the machine is stopped, then it will ask you to authenticate to 365 also. That's what it will do. So once you do the authentication for both of them, then you hit configure. When you hit configure, then you will put the task name, which is stop VM at, let's say, 8 o'clock in the evening, 8 PM IST. You will type the stop time, which is you want to start it from
whatever date you want to start it. Let's say I want to start this operation from today onwards. So 2nd of August, and I can type the time here, which is 9 p.m. Here I'll select the time zone. Since this virtual machine is in East US, I'll select Eastern time zone. No, this is Eastern Island time zone. Where is my Eastern? Eastern Standard Time, EST. Since this is in East US, it follows Eastern Standard Time. Then interval. Interval basically means that when I want to do it, I'm saying I want to do this at 9 o'clock, but how many times I want to do it, at what interval? So I'll type interval as 1 and I'll select frequency as day. So I'm saying that every day at 9 o'clock, please stop the virtual machine. And also notify me 5 minutes before you stop the virtual machine. I'll put my email address. That's it. After I provide all of this information, it says I cannot put numbers here. So probably I'll remove it. I'll type it stop VM. I cannot use space also. So I'll type this name. So I fill in all the information. Now I'll hit review plus create. Done. And I will hit create. So I've just created an automation task to stop my VM at 9 o'clock in the evening every day, Eastern Standard Time. My stop VM task is created. Similarly, I'll create a task with start VM. So start virtual machine. Next, same, I'll do the authentication, which is already authenticated. Provide the name as start VM. Select the time, date and time, today's date. And I want to start the VM at 9 in the morning, not today. That 9 is already gone. Start time is tomorrow, 3rd of August at 9 a.m. And the time zone will be the same. Eastern Standard Time. Frequency should be 1 day. Every day I want it to be done. And I want myself to be notified every day when the machine gets started. This notification will basically remind me, will help me remember that I get notification at a time. If I don't get the notification, probably there are some issue with the automation. I will quickly get into the portal and see why machine is not getting started. So I'm creating another automation for starting the machine. So the automation is created. Okay. Now the automation is created, my machine will get started and stopped at the scheduled time. If you don't realize, you were actually working with Logic App service. You can see here, if you navigate to Logic App dashboard, you will see that you have just created 2 Logic Apps. Here are those 2 Logic Apps, Start VM and Stop VM. So you were actually working with Logic App. And if you click on this Logic App, which is Stop VM, you will see the workflow of this Logic App now. So in order to see the workflow of Logic App, you can go to Logic App Designer. Designer is the place where you design the Logic App. Here you can see this is the Logic App. Now, when you work with Logic App, you need to start from the basics. Logic App is one great service that we have a profile for Logic App in the large organizations. There is one role available of Logic App Specialist, or you can say automation specialist, somebody who has good command on Logic App, somebody who has good command on automation. So there's a profile available because Logic App, definitely in this training, we cannot cover end to end. For that, we need additional 5 days of training to cover every minute aspect of Logic App. But I'm trying to introduce automation for Sentinel using Logic App, and I'm starting it from the very base so that you all be on the same page. You all understand it. So when I created that automation in the virtual machine blade, it actually created a Logic App. And that Logic App has a workflow. That workflow basically means that there is a sequence of steps that it will take based on certain recurrence. Recurrence basically means some operation that will reoccur again and again. And my recurrence was every day. If you remember from the configuration, I was selecting frequency as 1 day. So that is my recurrence. Recurrence is basically a logic in the Logic App that basically tells me, okay, I'm creating a workflow based on recurrence. Means something that will happen every day, every minute, every hour, every month. So what it has done in the backend, what I have done, I've created a recurrence, which is power of virtual machine. And here I have given the information that this is the workflow that I have created in the backend, which is power of the virtual machine. And there are 2 workflows here that if the power off is successful, notify on success. If the power off is successful, then an email will be sent. When you click on it, you will find your email ID here. See 2 email ID. And when you click on it, you will see your email ID. So an email will be sent when the status is successful. When the status is failed, then also an email will be sent to this email ID that is put here, 2 email ID. This is the place where the email ID is put. So basically in the backend, I've created a workflow, and that workflow will trigger every day at some point in time. It will perform the action which is there in the workflow, and it will perform the subsequent actions. So first it will power off the virtual machine. If the machine is successfully powered off, an email will be sent. If it is failed, then also an event will be saved. This is what Logic App is all about. So we basically have workflows. We basically create workflows based on recurrence, based on other criteria, and we work and we provide logic. And once that is done, then we have options to save the task. I'm saying options to test it and see whether it is working or not. Okay, so my Logic App is created. Now let's say I want to test whether this will work at 9 o'clock today. First of all, before I test it, let's see the current status of my virtual machine. So the current status of my virtual machine is running. You all can see it's running. I go back to the Logic App, and now I will trigger this Logic App. Trigger means I will initiate this Logic App. So I will run a trigger. So now I'm running a trigger for this Logic App. It says successfully check the trigger. So it is run. Now, once it is triggered, I'll go to trigger history where I'll see the status of the trigger. So it says succeeded. The Logic App is triggered successfully, but it is not mandatory that it will be able to complete the entire workflow. So now I will click on this succeed, and it will show me the designer, and it will show me that whether it is succeeded completely or not. So, so it is running at this moment. You can see here, it is running at this moment. Here I see the run history. Here's the designer. Now it says it failed. You can see it will basically show you the designer. So it says it failed. So it was trying to power up the virtual machine. It took 1 second input expression, and it basically failed. Here you can see send an email on failure. So it basically failed. Now why it failed? Your automation task failed to stop the virtual machine. There could be n number of reasons behind it. I'm not bothered on that part. That's secondary for me. But at least this Logic App was running, and it was able to complete the workflow. The workflow was to stop the VM, and in both the events, whether failure or success, send an email. So 2 things that I am expecting here. So this failed because of some issues. It says The tenant for this tenant ID does not exist. Only the work or school accounts are supported. Organization, the tenant for tenant GUID. So there are some issues. Let's not get into the detail of it. But this is how the Logic App works. Now, as part of this failure, I should also have received an email. Let's see if I've received an email. No, I've not received an email. Maybe there are some issues with the some issues are there with the authentication, but that's secondary that we will see later. So this is how your Logic App is running. That when the Logic App runs, you can come to the run history and you can see the entire workflow and you can see the time frame against each workflow, whether it was working or not working. That you can also see here. For example, I'll show this from the other method. Okay, so my Logic App ran, it failed. That is another thing. But this is how you run the Logic App. Now, how do I create a Logic App? I can create a Logic App from the services task blade, or I can also create a Logic App directly here from the Logic App blade. Now, how do I create a Logic App? Before I create a Logic App, let's understand what are my automation options in Sentinel. So if I go to Sentinel, go back to Sentinel dashboard. In the Sentinel dashboard, under analytics rule, let's click on any of the analytics rule. For example, this S3, let's say this analytics rule, brute force attack on RDP. So if I click on edit this rule, in every analytics rule, you will have a tab with the name automated response. And in that tab, you have some automation options available. This is where the automation comes into Sentinel. So in the automated response, I can click on add new response. When I click on add new response, I'll type the response name, but that is not important right now. Important is to understand the options which are there. So these are my options. Look at my screen carefully. As part of automating an analytics rule, or as part of automating an incident resolution or incident remediation, I can run a playbook. I can run this playbook while I investigate the incident that I've shown you when I was showing you investigate phase, when we picked up an incident and we investigated it. And then as part of the investigation, we disabled the user account. So I can run the playbook during the investigation as well as in the analytics rule itself. So I have a playbook here. Run playbook. I can change the status also, status of the incident from new to active to closed. I can change the severity. While the incident gets created, the severity of the incident, I can change it here. I can assign owner also. Whenever an incident gets created, I can assign the owner also, which basically means that I can remove that L1-1 engineer whose job is to pick up the incident and assign owners. I can assign owner here, and I can add tags also. I can add task also. Task is nothing but the same thing, which is Logic App, and playbook is also Logic App. Playbook you create manually, and task which is automatically created. So these are my automation options. Let's say when the incident comes, I want to assign the owner. So whenever this incident will get generated from this rule, which is brute force attack on RDP, which means a virtual machine, I can quickly select an owner here. Imagine, just assume that I have a group with the name virtual machine administrators. So I can select those group name here and I can apply it, which means every time an incident will be created, it will be assigned to this group. That is assigned owner automation. Then comes severity. I can also change the severity of the incident. Over here, when I'm creating this rule, analytics rule, I am selecting medium severity. However, I can also change the severity. So I can select the severity here. I can make it a low severity and apply. every time an incident will be created, the severity of the incident will be changed to low because of this automation rule. That's my second automation rule. Then comes change status. I can also change the status of my incidents. How can I change it? There are three status: new, active, and closed. By default, the status of the incident will be new. But as soon as the incident is generated, I can change the status of the incidents as active. I can add another option, which is after the status is changed as active, please assign the owner, which is SOC operations. This is how I can add multiple actions in the same automation rule. So whenever a brute force attack on RDP incident is triggered, the status will be changed as active. The owner will be assigned as SOC operations team. The severity now will be changed as, because now that we have assigned the owner, so we can lower the severity of this incident. Severity will be assigned as low. And if I need more automation, I can also, add a tag here, add a task here. So change status, change severity, assign owner, we have seen in the one automation rule. I can also add tag, and I can add a tag here, whatever tags I have created. So I'll create a tag separately in the tag portal, and I can assign a tag here also. Or I can assign a task also. I can see the task here. These are the tasks: annual budget, delete old, block older than 30 days. These are some of the tasks that I've created. I can also assign these tasks, which are nothing but the logic app in the backend. Or I can assign a playbook. So I can select a playbook. Then it will populate all the playbooks that I have available in Sentinel, and I can select those playbooks. So there are three playbooks which are attached to Sentinel. These are the three playbooks. So I can select any of these playbooks. For example, email alert, send an email also. So whenever this task is triggered, send an email. So for this, I have created all of it. Now I'll put the automation rule as automation rule for brute force attack on RDP. That's it. Now there is an order also. I can attach multiple automation rules in one analytics rule. For example, this is my first automation rule. I can put the order of this automation rule as 1. 1 basically means that it will be started first. So I've added this automation rule here. In this, I will add another automation rule. And in that automation rule, my other automation rule is, let's say, disable the user. This is my other automation rule. Because somebody is performing a brute force attack, if the account entity can capture the user principal name, then I want to disable that user also. So the automation rule will trigger when the incident is created, and it will take an action. Here I will run a playbook. I have a playbook to block that user. So the user account will be blocked. Blocked means disabled. And I can select the order as second and apply. So it basically means that to an analytics rule, I can create multiple automation rules. I can provide order in which they will be executed. So first, this rule will be executed, which will lower the severity of the incident to low, which will assign that incident to Sentinel operations team, which will change the status of the incident to active, which will also send an email. So 4 actions are there in the first automation rule, and 1 action is there in the other automation rule. Now, whichever gets applicable will be performed, whichever is not applicable will not get performed. For example, disable the user. If in the incident under entity field, user principal name is not captured, then this rule will fail. This will get triggered, and when you go to the history, you will see it failing. It will fail, stating that the entity does not contain the user principal name.
Hi Raghuveer, you are talking on mute. We are unable to hear you.
For how long I've been talking on mute?
Just for 1 minute or yeah, few seconds.
A few seconds, right? Because maybe it put me on mute automatically. I did not press it. So what I have done, I was just showing you the automation, the remediation steps or the automation steps in Microsoft Sentinel, wherein when we create an analytics rule, we have a tab with the name automated response. Here we can add automation rules which contain certain actions, and based on those actions, the analytics rule will perform. So which basically means that as per this analytics rule, whenever an incident will be created, there is one automation that will take these actions. It will change the status of the incident. It will assign an owner to the incident, and it will also change the severity of the incident. And it will also has a task which will send an email. Then I have another automation rule added to the same analytics rule, which is to disable the user. Now, this task will only run because this task needs the UPN, user principal name, in the account entity. If the account entity can capture the user principal name, the user will also be disabled in Azure AD. And I have given the order, which is 1 and 2, which means when an incident is generated from this analytics rule, the first task will get triggered and then the second task will get triggered. Irrespective of the status of the first task, whether it is failure or successful, the first automation rule has 4 actions. Whether all of those 4 actions are successful, whether all of them are failure, whether some of them are successful and some of them are failure, irrespective of the status, the second automation rule will trigger once this is completed. This is what order is all about. So once this is done, I just go back to this analytics rule, make some modifications to it so that I can show you that it gets triggered. So I would rather say that run this rule every 14 days. And look for data of the last 14 days. Why I'm doing it? Because I've got a couple of brute force attack already triggered in my, in my subscription. There is a log available in the workspace, but that log is beyond last week. So I'm just doing it intentionally so that as soon as I create this incident, create this analytics rule, this analytics rule will get triggered and it will quickly look for last 14 days of logs and see if there was any brute force attack. And if it finds any, it will quickly go ahead and it will perform those actions, which is there in the automation. That's the reason I've changed the schedule of the trigger. Okay, great. So I've just run it. Probably I will need to wait for at least a minute or two. Great. See, all the incidents generated, 51 incidents generated all of a sudden, because that rule worked. Now let's see, that rule had some actions, whether those actions got triggered or not. Okay, so what was my first option? My first option was to change the severity of the incident from medium to low. Did it happen? Yes. You can see for majority of the incidents, incidents are getting created because what it is doing, it is looking for last 14 days of logs, and there are 500 plus a brute force attack that happened. So it is creating incidents. Okay. Now you can see the severity of the incidents. This is low, which means my automation rule is running here. The severity is getting low. The actual severity in the analytics rule is medium, but now the incidents are shown as low severity. So my automation is working. What was my second automation? Second automation was to change the status of the incident from new to active. Is the status of the incidents active? Yes, you can see the status of any incident that you can see is active here. It is active. You can see it on the top also. 134 open incidents and 134 active incidents. What was my second or third automation? The third automation was to assign the owner to these incidents, which was Sentinel operations team. So can I check if these incidents have owner assigned? Yes, the owner of these incidents are SOC operation. So my 3 actions in the automation rule ran successfully. What was my fourth option? My fourth option was to send an email. Did I receive an email? Now this is where I may not receive an email because it will create 135 emails and it will send 135 emails, more emails, and probably my Gmail server will term it as spam and will not allow those emails to come in. So here's my Gmail ID. Look, my Gmail ID is getting bombarded with emails. All of these emails are coming. It says an S3 bucket has been exposed. Why it says S3 bucket? Because that was the action that I've selected. I've selected the email which has this subject line configured. See, my inbox is getting bombarded with emails. So 4 automation, I'm saying in one automation rule, there were 4 actions and all of them are successful. They have run successfully. Is it making sense to you guys? The automation part of Sentinel? Yes, no, maybe?
Yes, Raghuveer.
Yes.
So this is the automation part. Now, if you look carefully, the entity is not applicable here, which means these brute force attacks for which incidents are getting created, they got generated from outside of Azure. And the entity information is not available in Active Directory. Hence, the second automation rule in this analytics rule will not get triggered because there is no entity information available. So it will not get triggered. But if you want to trigger the second automation rule also, then we have an option. What I will do, I will rather use another analytics rule, and I'll show you that part also. So first you have seen that how it works. Now this number will continue to increase because I am expecting at least 500 plus incidents. So it continues to increase, but for all the incidents, severity will be low, owner will be SOC operations, and status will be active. Take my words for it. There are so many incidents. If I want to delete incidents, how do I delete incidents? I will just select the incidents and hit delete on the top. This is how I want to delete incidents. I'm deleting them just to unnecessarily get my email address bombarded. See, from 650 emails, I've received 761 emails, and all of these emails are the same emails. Okay. So before Gmail stops, Gmail puts a, spam filter and block this email address, I will need to stop this. Okay. So let's come back. Let's see another analytics rule and I'll show you how it works. I'll show you the action on the other also. So I would rather go to Azure Active Directory. There is a user in Azure Active Directory with the name Kishan. And if you attended my previous sessions with great concentration, with great attention, you remember that I basically triggered a brute force attack on my Azure portal with this user. And as part of that attack, this user got disabled because I had also attached a runbook. So now I'm going to enable this user. The user is enabled. You can see I'm enabling Kishan Kumar user now. Now I'll go back. Now, if I want, I can do it from scratch. I can use Kishan Kumar user to log into Azure portal from my laptop and then from inside the virtual machine, and I can do successive failure log on to Azure portal. That log will go to the activity that log will go to the Azure AD sign-in logs. Sign-in logs will stream it to the log analytics workspace. Sentinel will read it from there. There is an analytics rule which will pick up these logs, create an incident, and as part of that incident, some activity will get performed. But this will take time. So what I will do, I will rather go to the analytics rule and just modify that rule and trigger it. So this user is active. Look carefully, this user is active. Now I go to the Sentinel dashboard, and in the Sentinel dashboard, I'll go to another analytics rule, which is brute force attack on Azure portal. Azure portal brute force attack. And I'll edit this rule. And I'll say that, you know what? You run it now. I want you to run right now. So I'll say that you please run once in 40 days. And you look for last 14 days of data, so that I can get those previous incidents here. Okay, that's it. I will just change this query scheduling here. And now I'll directly go to my incidents and automated response. And here I will add an automated response. I'll say automated response demo. Now I'll say that whenever this rule triggers, and if it finds any incident, do one thing. First, this is an attack on Azure portal. First of all, change the status of the incident as active. Second, this is how I'm saving the cost of an employee. This is cost cutting. Change the severity from high to medium, because now it has been active. Somebody is working on it. Assign this incident to Sentinel admin. I'm saying I could have a security group with the name Azure AD admin. Assign this incident to Azure AD admin. So these are the three actions that I'm giving. Also, so assign this incident to an Azure AD admin. Also, run playbook. Also run an automation, which is email alert, send an email. So this will also send an email. And I will say your order should be first. You should run first. And the other one which is there, this one, because now you cannot have two with same order, otherwise there will be a conflict. I'll say your order is second. Okay, great. So in this analytics rule, I'm creating two automation. One, which will, as soon as the incident is created, it will quickly change the status of the incident to medium from high. It will assign the owner to Azure AD admin. It will change the severity of the to medium from high. It will assign the owner to Azure AD admin, and it will change the status of the incident as active from new. Because keeping new incidents in my portal could be a SLA breach also. Every incident should be picked up as soon as it is generated. It should not be new status. And then it will also send an email. And second automation is that block that AD user which is triggering the brute force attack. So what it will do? This playbook will basically capture the entity which is account name, and if it finds a UPN in the account name, user information, it will block that user. This is what I am configuring in the analytics rule automation. With this information, I'll go ahead and validate this and save it. As soon as I save it, within a minute, I'm expecting some incidents to get generated. And as part of those incidents, these automation rules should trigger. Let's see if it is working. Typically, this is the configuration that you would do once when you are, this is done by the engineering team once. You don't change the analytics rule every other day. You configure them once and then your operations team uses them all the time. So I have just done that. I'll go to incidents and I'm expecting some incidents to pick up. Great. One incident came. Azure portal brute force attack. So one incident came. I'm just deleting the previous incident to get rid of it. Okay. So Azure portal brute force attack, one incident came. However, the rule is not run, automation rule, because the status of the incident is still unassigned. The incident status is new and the severity is high. So somehow my rules are not running. But I'll just wait. Probably it is taking time. I'll refresh the portal. So this workflow will not get triggered probably, and I can see the reason also. I know the reason because I can see multiple entities here actually. Since these incidents had been created in the past, against these incident action had been taken. There are multiple entities. That is why it did not work. But you have already seen the beauty of automation rules in the previous use case with the brute force attack, where it worked properly. So I'll just delete this one also. All right. So this is my incident. Somehow for this incident, the automation rule will not run, and it will not run because this incident was manually created. I mean, so this incident was enforced, and there are multiple entities involved. If there are multiple entities, then it will not actually, in fact, it will not actually run the automation, because if it runs the automation, I have my user also as entity. My user account will also get disabled if this happens. Okay, which is great. So let's see whether I've received an email, first of all. So I did not receive an email because that trigger will not work, that logic app will not work, but I can quickly go and see the status of it. Or probably if you want to see it yourself, I would rather suggest you to create a new incident. I'm saying create a new incident basically means based on your analytics rule, just simulate an attack, let your analytics rule create an incident, and inside that analytics rule, you put this logic, put this automation rule to change the status and everything, and then you will see it happening. That is how it happened in the previous use case. Okay. Now, if I want to see whether my rule ran successfully or not, what I'll do, I'll go back to, first of all, I'll see this user status, Kishan Kumar. Great. The user status is disabled now. So my rule ran successfully. My first automation rule, which was to perform multiple actions, which is the change status assign owner, did not run. But my other automation rule successfully, that is how my status is for Kishan Kumar. The user status is disabled. And if you want to see who disabled Kishan Kumar, you can click on audit logs here and you will get to know who disabled Kishan Kumar. So you can see here the first audit log on the top. This says user management, update user. If you click on this, you will get to know that what happened. So user was updated, status is success. Who updated this user? Azure Logic App. So there is a Logic App which actually updated the user. So this Logic App updated the user, which means that my action ran successfully. Now, if I go back to my Logic App, this is my Logic App which blocks the Azure AD user. If I go to this Logic App and click on Run History, you can see this Run History at 11:48. This Logic App ran, and let's see what has happened here. So this logic app ran at 11:48, and at 11:48, this logic app, you can see all the workflows, they are successful. So what this logic app did, this logic app picked up an Azure Microsoft Sentinel incident, and from that incident, it picked up the account entity, which is account, because account contains the UPN. So it picked up the user. It knew that the user is, it got the user. And then the second is update the user. In update the user, it says disable the user. So it disabled the user. When you click on condition, you can see if the user is disabled, then go ahead. If the user is not disabled, then this is false, but it actually ran. So it says get user manager. I'm saying if the user has a manager properties, then the manager will also be notified. If not, then this is the condition which if you have a manager, then get user details and send email to manager. If not, that no manager, no admin. Send an email to manager, and here you can send an email to manager. So this is what has happened, which means this logic app ran successfully and the user was disabled. So this user was disabled. Now, if I go to users, not one user is disabled. Actually, it would have disabled multiple users because multiple users were reported to trigger brute force attack on Azure portal in the last 14 days. So if I go to the users, it is not Kishan Kumar. I believe Radha Kumari is also disabled. Great. See, Radha Kumari is disabled because she is also involved in brute force attack on Azure portal. So it ran successfully. The logic app ran successfully in the analytics rule. So this is how you use logic app. This is how logic app works in the analytics rule. Now the question is, can I learn to write logic apps? Can I write some basic logic apps? Yes, I'll show you a basic example, and then we'll probably do some more tomorrow. We'll spend some more time on logic app tomorrow. Today, we understood how we automate incident response using automation rule, and in the automation rule, all those activities are configured. Let's say when an incident is generated, I want to send that incident to an ITSM solution, ServiceNow, BMC Remedy, Jira, whatever my organization uses. I can also write a logic app for it real quick. So any ITSM solution that I need to send an email, I got kicked out of Microsoft Teams. Don't know why. Let me know when my screen is visible, guys. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. So let's say if I want to create an incident in my external ITSM solution using Sentinel automation. That is also a probability. What I will do for it, I will just configure a logic app rule. You call it logic app or playbook, it is one and the same thing. I will configure a playbook to send an email for all incidents that get generated in Sentinel. Right now, any ITSM solution will have a receiving email address. So, for example, my BMC Remedy ServiceNow or BMC Remedy ServiceNow Jira, it has an email address on which it receives incident, which is, let's say, incidents@dxe.com. This is the email address which is configured. Now, whenever an email comes to this email address, This is integrated with my ITSM solution, and my ITSM solution will create an incident against this email. Whatever email comes, it will create an incident. So this is my use case. So let's quickly do this. So what I'll do, I'll go to Logic App and I'll quickly write a Logic App for it. So I'll click on Add and I'll say Resource Group, Microsoft Sentinel. Logic App, I'll say integration with ServiceNow. I will select workflow. I'll say publish should also be workflow. Region US, client type, always take consumption. Standard basically means that irrespective of you create 100 Logic App, 1000 Logic App, you will be charged at a standard rate. Consumption basically means best for entry level, best for best for smaller enterprises, wherein you will be charged for each Logic App based on the consumption basis. How many times that Logic App runs, you will be charged accordingly. So we'll always go with consumption. And then I will click on next tag and create this Logic App. My Logic App is getting created. All right, my Logic App got created for the integration, which is here, integration with ServiceNow. So I'll click on this Logic App. This is how you create a Logic App. I've clicked on the Logic App, integration with ServiceNow. In the Logic App, you will click on Logic App Designer. This is where you will configure the workflow. So now I'm configuring the workflow. So I'll configure the workflow and I can select a blank Logic App because I'm configuring it from scratch. Now this is where I'll select my workflows. As I said, the more you work with Logic App, the more proficient and conversant you will become with it. But let's just try and understand some basic operations. So I'll select the template, a blank template, and here I'll say Microsoft Sentinel. I misspelled Sentinel. That's the reason nothing came. So I'll say Microsoft Sentinel. And you can see Microsoft Sentinel is here. So I'll select Microsoft Sentinel. Then I'll select the trigger, that what will be my trigger for Logic App. When will it be triggered? So I'll select Microsoft Sentinel incident. That wherever there is a Microsoft Sentinel incident, I've selected the Microsoft Sentinel incident as my trigger. Then I'll select the new step, that what will happen when the incident comes. This is where I'll select Outlook for sending an email. So I'll select Outlook because I want to send that incident to some email address belonging to my ITSM solution. So I'll select outlook.com. This is the simplest Logic App that I can talk about. And here in the Outlook, I'll select send an email. Send an email. And here I'll type the email address. So who I'm sending email to, I'll type incidents@dxe.com or whatever you want to write, incidents at whatever is the email address of your ServiceNow solution, dxeservicenow.com. Specify the subject. An incident has been created related to dash. Here you will type the service name. Service name can be picked up from the entity. If you put entity for the service name, it will be picked up from the entity. An incident has been created for service name, and in the body you can type whatever you want to type, because you can use the same workflow to send an email to an individual with certain information that you want to capture, or you can use the same workflow to send an email to a distribution list. So you can type hi, an incident has been created in Microsoft Sentinel. Kindly look into it via Sentinel admin. Okay. So an incident has been created. Kindly look into it via Sentinel admin. Incident importance, you can select whether it's a high priority, low priority incident. I'm saying importance for the email, you can select. So you will provide all of this information, right? You provided, send an email, incident, all of this information you provided, and then you will connect it. I would say you've selected the recipient, but you will also need to select the sender. By default, whosoever is creating Logic App, whatever account that person is using, that account becomes the sender. But if you don't want emails to go from this email address, you can also click on change connection. And here you can add a new connection. New connection basically means whatever email address you want to use to send this email to. So if you have a designated email address that will be used, you can put it here. So for example, I want to use a separate email account, which is this email account, to send all the Sentinel related incidents to ServiceNow, so that I will always have a record of it. So this is my email account. I can click on next. I just need to validate. I don't remember the password of this email account. That's the difficult part of my life. Great. Okay, so I'm using this email address to send email to the recipient whose email address I've already entered into the Logic App. Now, since I'm using this email address, it says that Logic App basically need access to this. So I'll say, okay, please take access, I don't mind. And that is why you will not use an individual email account. You will use some generic email account here for sending emails. Okay, so you can see that email account has been accepted. The connection has been created. It is created. It says connected to Outlook and it is created. That's it. I don't need to add more actions. I'm saying you can continue to add more steps. This is like you are putting in workflows that, okay, when the incident comes, send an email. Once this is successful, new step, do something else. So I will stop here because that is what my object is, to send emails to ServiceNow whenever incidents are created in Sentinel. So I'll save this. So I've saved the Logic App. My Logic App is saved. It says save Logic App completed. So my Logic App is saved. Now I'll navigate to Sentinel and I will add this Logic App. Now this will become Playbook in the language of Sentinel. Now I'll add this Playbook to any analytics rule or to all the analytics rule. Whichever analytics rule I want to generate incident and send that to ServiceNow, I will add this Playbook as one of the automation rules. So for example, I will have this Playbook. I will have this analytics rule, which is delete private endpoint, this one. So this analytics rule, I will add it, and I want all the incidents of this analytics rule to go to ServiceNow. And since if this is the use case that we are talking right now, you will add this playbook to every analytics rule because you want all the incidents to go to ServiceNow, because you want ServiceNow as your one-stop ITSM tool to manage incidents instead of Microsoft Sentinel console. You will only use console to investigate, but all the documentation disposition you will do in ServiceNow. So I will go to this analytics rule and directly I'll go to the schedule of this analytics rule. I will say that run this rule every 6 days or look for data of last 10 days probably. I'll say 15 days. I'm doing this so that an incident gets generated. Okay, it should be between 14 days, let's say. Okay. Then I'll go to the automation. Here you already have an automation, but I'm adding one more, which is integration with ServiceNow. And here I will select the action, which is run playbook. Here you will see your playbook, which is here integration with ServiceNow, the one that you've just created. You will run this playbook and you'll select the order as 1. So what will happen every time an incident is created from this analytics rule, this automation rule will get triggered. This automation rule has a runbook. That runbook, this automation rule has a playbook. That playbook has instructions with respect to what needs to be done. So I'll just click on review and create. And I'll just save it. So my analytics rule is getting saved. As part of this, I will get an incident created in the portal, and that incident will be sent in the form of an email to ServiceNow. That's what I expect. So I go to incidents, step by step. Yes, an incident got created, which is this, read private endpoint. So the incident got created. Now the question is whether that incident went to ServiceNow? No, because that address was incorrect. But at least let's validate whether what happened to it. So I can go to my Logic app and I can go to this Logic app and see the run history of it and find out what happened. So you can see this Logic app ran right now 12:10, which is a minute before this ran. I can go to trigger history. This ran and I can click on it, and here I will see the status of it. Not here, run history. And I can see the status. So it says Microsoft Sentinel, send an email. It was successfully able to send the email, which means the email was sent from here. Whether it went to that email address or not is the secondary question. That you will not check here. For that, you will need to log in to the email address which you have selected as sender email address. So I'll probably go to that email address, outlook.com, and I'll sign into that email address that I used to send email. I'm signing into this email address, and I should probably under sent should see that email that was sent from Logic App. So I'll go to the sent, and you can see here there's an email with the under sent which says incidents@dxcservicenow.com. So the Logic App ran successfully. It was able to enumerate this email account to send an email. This is the email that you have sent. Hi, an incident has been created in Sentinel. See, however, since this email address is invalid, I also got an automated response from Outlook Exchange server that this email address is invalid. So this is how we do. If this would have been a valid address for ServiceNow, you would have got an incident created in ServiceNow with all the information of the incident. So that is how we do the automation in Microsoft Sentinel using Logic App, which is nothing but playbook in the language of Sentinel. Did it make sense to all the participants, this workflow which I just showed you? Yes, no, maybe guys?
Yes, Ravi.
Okay, great. So now the question is, what are my automation options? Enormous. You can create Logic App. The more proficient you become with Logic App, the more automation use cases you can think of. But as I said, you have a lot of things to do in your life, and hence I do not expect you to learn everything. That is where you have that GitHub. In that GitHub, you have that folder Logic App. Just go to that playbook folder, look at the playbooks, and if you feel that any of this playbook would make sense for my use cases, just download the playbook and install it. It directly install the playbook. That playbook will come under Logic Apps over here, and then you go to Sentinel, go to the specific analytics rule wherever you want to run that playbook. In fact, you can integrate that playbook into the you can integrate that playbook into the analytics rule, or you can assign your incident responders, your L2 and L3 team with the playbook access, and they can also run the playbook while they are investigating the incidents. So when they are investigating the incidents, they will also have an option to run an action on the incident, which is run playbook. So they can also run the playbook from here also. Probably you don't want everything to go to ServiceNow. You only want things to go to ServiceNow, which needs further investigation. So your L1, L2 team will pick up the incident, will try and investigate, try and resolve it in the Sentinel portal itself. But if they are not able to resolve it and they want somebody else to pick it up and take care of it, then they would probably run this automation, which is integration with ServiceNow, and hence this incident will be sent to ServiceNow, and then ServiceNow admin team will basically pick up the incident and assign it to somebody else. So this is also possible that you can run automation while responding, while investigating an incident, or you can run automation through playbooks, through Logic App, while an incident is created through an analytics tool. Both the probabilities are there. The more you practice, the more comfort level you will get with all of these options. And this option that you see, run playbook, this is in preview. So it basically means that this was not available 3 months ago or 6 months in the past. This is only got available a couple of months ago. And right now it is in preview. If it doesn't work, if you click on run playbook, and if you don't see all of your playbook, or if then you need to refresh your portal, and if you still don't see them, then you can raise a support request with Microsoft. There is absolutely nothing that you will be able to do beyond, because this capability is in preview. So these are my automation options that I have in Microsoft Sentinel. Now, what are we going to do tomorrow? Tomorrow we'll spend some more time on Playbook, on Logic App, and I'll also create some Logic App from scratch, the way I have done it, this automation to send ServiceNow, to send emails to ServiceNow. I'll also create some playbook from scratch, 2-3 playbooks, and show you some examples which are possible in Sentinel deployments in Sentinel environment. And then I will leave it to you to gain good comfort level with playbooks and Logic Apps. The more you practice, the more you get. That's what we are going to do tomorrow in the first half an hour, let's say 1 hour, and then we'll move on to the next topics, which is more on administration now. Our operations part is over with this topic. There is nothing more that we want to do in operations. Now we'll focus more on administrative tasks, which is how to manage Sentinel for a multi-workspace environment, how to manage multiple customers using Sentinel, or various administrative capability which are available in Sentinel that you can deploy at the implementation phase. That's what we are going to do tomorrow and day after. Day after, you will also have a small assessment on Sentinel based on whatever topics we have covered so far. It will be an MCQ assessment, open book test, which will comprise 15-20 MCQ questions. You will be given 1 minute for each question, and I would expect all of you to pass that assessment. As I said, it will be from the syllabus. No out of syllabus question will be there. So that's the plan for the remaining 2 sessions that we are left tomorrow and day after. Now, as I always say, if you have something in mind, if you have a use case in mind, if you have some scenarios in mind, if you have some query in mind with respect to Sentinel and outside of Sentinel also, just bring it to my notice. I will try and answer it in the session. If not, I'll take it with me and come back with the solution probably next day. Or you can also keep in touch with me in future also. So with that said, I'll close the session for today. I would expect you to practice the topics that we have covered today in your spare time and shut down your virtual machines when not needed, which is what I'm going to do for my virtual machine, just to save cost. Let me know if you have any questions, or else we'll close the session. We already are 20 minutes over the scheduled session time. All right, let's close the session for today. You all have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
So let's review what we were doing yesterday. So yesterday we basically discussed about job responsibilities of admin and engineering team, admin, engineering, and operations team. Then we talked about migration opportunities when it comes to migration from an on-premises or a third-party cloud SIEM solution to Microsoft Sentinel, and I talked about the approaches and phases. I also showed you a project plan from one of the migration project, which was a migration from RSA or Securonix to Sentinel. So that's what we discussed. And I've also shared the URL wherein you will see all the migration scenarios and the guidance available to basically take assistance when you are migrating from ArcSight, Splunk, QRadar, and then common information that will be useful for other SIEM solutions as well. Okay, so that's what we discussed, and then we also discussed about custom, characters using which you can ingest the logs. I basically showed you the Microsoft Sentinel high-level architecture, document, which basically shows you all the incoming, log traffic, log volume to Sentinel from different data sources, which includes virtual machines from Azure, which includes virtual machines from other clouds, as well as virtual machines and physical server configured in an on-premises setup, which includes logs coming from devices via syslog, which includes gateway, which includes third-party integrations. So that's what we did yesterday. And then the last topic that we were doing was UEBA. User analytics, user entity behavior analytics. This was the last topic, and as I informed that user entity and behavior analytics is a service which is unique to Sentinel, and in this service it basically uses AI ML to create behavioral analysis, behavioral trend of users from Azure Active Directory and entities that you have configured in the various analytics rules. And it basically gather information about their behaviors and creates an analysis that will basically help you in threat detection. When you are doing threat detection, when you are hunting for threats, it basically helps you during that time. It's a great tool which Microsoft provides. Now, how do we enable UEBA? In order to enable UEBA, you basically need to go to settings on Microsoft Sentinel page. And when you click on settings, you see 3 tabs. You need to click on settings tab once again. And here you see entity behavior analytics. It basically explains what entity behavior analytics is. Then you need to click on set UEBA. And here you need to turn this setting on and then enable Azure Active Directory. And then all of these logs, audit logs, activity logs, and sign-in logs, because audit logs and sign-in logs will talk about user behavior. And activity logs, Azure Activity Log will give insights into entity behavior. So collectively, you need to turn them on, and you can also, you can also send data after connecting the following data sources. You will be able to enable them for behavior analytics. So the data from these data sources will be stored into security events table. So that's what this is all about. And once this is done, you can go back, and here it says anomalies, because it also captures anomalies whenever there is a change in the behavior of an entity or a user identity. It will capture it as an anomaly. So you also need to enable anomaly at the same time. And in order to enable anomalies, the UEBA needs to be enabled first. So first you need to enable UEBA, and then you need to enable this anomaly. Just drag this radio button from left to right, and the anomalies will be enabled. That's what you need to do. Once this task is done, then you will need to navigate to Content Hub and deploy the solution. You can type UEBA, and when you type UEBA, you basically get 2 solutions. One is UEBA solution in terms of the analytics tool, and second is UEBA workbook also. It's a standalone workbook. So first install the solution. Once you are done installing the solution, you can hit configuration, and you can see UEBA is nothing but a workbook that they have provided. And say I actually clicked on this one. Okay. So when you install the solution and hit manage, you will see that it contains 23 hunting queries. There is no connector here. There is no workbook here. There is no logic app here. Only the hunting queries are there. Around 23 hunting queries are there. And then you go back and install the workbook also. This is a standalone workbook. It is not part of the solution. Since the author is Microsoft Corporation, probably Microsoft will merge this workbook with UEBA Essentials Analytics Solution. So this continues to happen. You will initially have hunting queries, workbooks, logic apps available as a standalone solution. And later on, Microsoft merges them with the appropriate solution. If they are from Microsoft, if they are from third party, like if they are from community or contributors, then it is the discretion of Microsoft whether Microsoft does it or not. Okay. You also have UEBA solution from Falcon. Falcon is a great tool which provides UEBA capabilities. So you also have a solution from Falcon. If you are using Falcon, you can deploy this solution. Okay. So this is about UEBA. Now, once this solution is installed, once this solution is installed, how do we use this solution? So once the solution is installed, what you can do on the general tab, you have an option that says entity behavior. Under threats management, you see entity behavior. Click on the entity behavior. Now the information that you will find here is coming from the UEBA. And here you will see the entity behavior. Right now, the time frame that I've selected is 24 hours. So definitely in last 24 hours, you will not see any specific behavior because I was not actually working on this lab and we did not even turn on our virtual machines yesterday. So you will hardly find any behavior. We did not simulate any attack also. So if you want to look for the information, you would rather say that I want to see for last 30 days. And then it will probably provide you enough information for last 30 days. Let me refresh it once again. So here you will see all the alerts, basically all the alerts that this solution that you have just deployed is generating in terms of accounts, host, IPs, because these are your entities. If you remember when you were creating analytics rule, you were selecting accounts in entities, host, IPs, IoT device is in preview, which is something new that they have added, and Azure resources by number of alerts. This is also in preview. So right now it is not bringing any data, but this is where it actually, okay, it has brought. It is bringing, slowing gradually. Maybe there is some synchronization issue. So now you can see the data. These are the accounts by number of alerts. So majority of the alerts that we have received is from this account, which is not applicable. Now this is actually a user. When you click on this user, it basically takes you to this UEBA workbook that you have also installed. So this is getting the feed that the solution is getting the data from the workbook itself. Workbook has a query in the backend, which basically produces the result. So it is producing the result for that account, which says NA. No worries. If you don't see the result like this, if this integration doesn't work, what you can do, you can directly go to the workbook and you can find the same information in the workbook also. So I'll directly navigate to the workbook for UEBA and say, I recognize this behavior. It happens sometimes. So directly go to the workbook, which is UEBA that we have just installed. And in the workbook, you will get the same data, because the data is actually coming from the workbook itself. Okay, so here we got the data in the workbook for user and entity behavior analytics. And here you can see a username, incident counts, alert count. Since incident and alert will remain the same, because what we are doing, we are converting all alerts into incidents. So you will see incident count, you will see alert count, you will see anomalies, and this NA basically is the user which has been reported to generate brute force attack. When you select a user, you can scroll it down and it will show you information about that and about that user and all the incidents that it has created. So you can see this user has been reported to create brute force attack on RDP. Now the reason why it says not applicable, because this is an external account outside of my Azure AD. So from this account, probably this is a bot which is performing or triggering a brute force attack on my virtual machines configured with public IP when they are up and running. So that's what this is doing. You can see the alert rule will trigger. So this basically shows you this user and all the, and here's the incident URL, all the information that you need to know. Since there is no anomaly here, that's the reason the anomalies breakdown is empty. If there are any anomalies with this user, you will also see that breakdown here. Similarly, if I see Kishan Kumar, Kishan Kumar is one of the user who has been reported to perform a brute force attack on Azure portal. Because if you remember, Kishan Kumar was logging in from multiple locations. Kishan Kumar was trying to log into Azure portal from multiple locations, and he was just not able to do that. So India, Nepal, US, this is what Kishan Kumar was doing. You can see here, when you select Kishan Kumar, you see this user is reported to perform brute force attack on Azure portal. And the incident has been created against that attack. The incident status is new. It has been assigned to Radha. One of the incident is assigned to Radha, the other is still new. And you will see all the information here. When you click on the anomalies breakdown, if there is any anomaly, you will find the anomaly here. Now, you will only find the anomaly, as I said, when this service has been up and running for at least 14 days, because it would need at least 10 to 14 days to create a behavioral trends, trends, and then it will only show the anomalies. Since we enabled the service yesterday, it will not show you. However, if you have access to a production environment where this service is configured, where this capability is configured, you will probably be able to see the anomalies. So this is the benefit of this service. This is a great service in the hands of admin to look for anomalies, which will help them to efficiently investigate the incidents. So go ahead and deploy the solution. I'll give you 10 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next topic. And let me know if you have any questions.
Yeah, hi Raghuveer.
Yes, Yogesh.
Raghuveer, so yesterday we discussed about that retention part, data storage, blob storage. So you are going to share the document.
Yeah,
You have
as
not.
I'll share all the documents on the last day of the training.
Okay. Actually, I needed it.
Don't worry. Do it today.
Okay. And this recording link is also not working for me. That is being blocked by the proxy Zscaler. It is blocking that link.
Probably you need to disconnect from VPN on your official laptop and then try it, because the VPN may be blocking it.
Okay.
So Zscaler Internet Gateway comes into force when you enable when the VPN is enabled. So you can disable the gateway. And you will have an option to disable the gateway. However, if you do that, it might generate a security alert. So you can watch the recording on your personal laptop. And if you really watch it, you really need to watch it on your official laptop. Probably inform your manager that you are you're stopping the gateway, then only do it, because there is a high probability that it will generate a security alert. So your manager should be notified. Let's move on. So some additional workbook which you might want to install, which are very useful, I would say, from administrative perspective, in fact from operations perspective also, because it gives you visibility about your environment. So the another workbook that I recommend is, let's go to content solutions, content, and here you can search for analytics and okay, this is the workbook. Analytics, health, and audit. Now, how does this workbook help you? There are times when you have analytics rule configured, a schedule, a query configured inside the analytics rule to run at a specific schedule, look for alerts. If it finds even a single alert, convert that into an incident and show it on the incident dashboard. That's what the analytics rule is all about. However, there are times when analytics rules are not healthy. There are updates available to analytics rule. there are configuration issues with analytics rule. How do you know all of it? I'm saying the one way is to go to configuration tab and click on analytics and look for the information. But there is a high probability that you will not see all the information there. And that is where this workbook comes into picture. This workbook really comes handy. This workbook can basically provide visibility on the health and audit of your analytics rule. So I'll talk about two workbooks, basically three workbooks. One workbook that gives you the visibility into your analytics rule, because analytics rule are very important. They are automated rules through which incidents are getting generated. Second, the workspace insights. And third, the Sentinel health and audit. These are the three important workbooks that you must have deployed in your Sentinel solution, because these three workbooks will give you great piece of insights. This is like what an admin does on day-to-day basis, because this is the job of an admin. Other than troubleshooting or assisting operations team member, admin also needs to ensure that the solution is working as expected. Solution is healthy. The building blocks of the solution are working as expected. They're also healthy. And that is where these three workbooks will come into the picture. So my first workbook is Analytics, Health and Audit. You need to install this workbook. And this workbook will only produce data when you have these data types available: Sentinel Health and Sentinel Audit. And where do you get these two data types? So these are the two data types or data sources that needs to be enabled. If they are not enabled, then this workbook is of no use. And these two data types we enable from here. So on the Sentinel dashboard, under settings, you click on settings once again, and there is an option that says auditing and health monitoring. If you want to monitor the health of Sentinel as a service, then you will need to enable it from here. When you enable it from here, it will create two tables. So you will see two tables in the workspace, and those two tables are these tables: Sentinel Health and Sentinel Audit. And the data with respect to any Sentinel component, and our analytics rule is one of the component of Sentinel service, will come from these two tables. So first you will need to enable the auditing and health monitoring for Sentinel so that it will monitor. It says with this feature, you will be able to monitor health and audit feature. You can keep an eye on the availability of health of your system resources. So health of Sentinel as a service, health of all the building blocks or components of Sentinel. So you will enable it. And once this is enabled, basically once this is installed, then you can see the configuration. And here it shows you the configuration of all the analytics rule. You can see here, this is the workbook name, Analytics and Health and Audit. Just click on Save. When you hit Save, then you will be able to use this workbook. So you can always see the template of a workbook, but if you want to use that workbook, if you want to audit that workbook, if you want to modify it, you will first need to save it. So I've saved the workbook. Now I can see my view saved workbook. Okay, here you need to select your workspace. And once you select your workspace, it will show you the data about that workspace. Right now, this is not coming, maybe synchronization issue. It says query pending. Rest of the fields are working. Subscription is taken. So unless you select the workspace, you will not select any data, but you can see what data you get here. You see analytics health, you see all the analytics rules, status, all of it. So this is how this workbook basically works. When you enable a workbook, as I said, when you enable anything in Sentinel or in Azure as a whole, you will need to give it a couple of minutes to synchronize and start working. So this was my first workbook that I would highly recommend you to enable. The other that I highly recommend to enable is Workspace Usage Alert. This one. Workspace Usage Alert. This is again a standalone workbook provided by Clive Watson. However, this is a great piece because it basically helps you to contain cost. It gives you usage alert of the workspace, the Sentinel workspace. So you don't need to run the query. You don't need to go to Log Analytics Workspace Insights. It gives you more information than what you could see on Workspace Insight, because Workspace Insights provides you more information, and this only provides you specific information. So you need to install it. Once this is installed, just hit configure. Select the workbook and save it. So once the workbook is saved, then you can also find that workbook on the Sentinel dashboard under Threat Management Workbook option. So here you will see all the workbooks when you click on My Workbooks. And here you can select your workbook and you can see the saved workbook. So here it is giving you the option to select the workspace. Now you will see the workspace insights in this workbook. So you will see workspace information, latency. This is the workspace information. Basically, you see all the tables that has been created in this workbook, in this workspace. And in fact, it gives you the information about whether that table is billable, whether there's a charge for that table or not. So you can see Azure activity is false, which means there is no charge for it. Heartbeat, there is no charge. Service map process, no charge. So this is great piece of information. And you can see the current size of the table also, that what is the current size. You're getting majority of the data from AWS CloudTrail. You can see build size, overall size, 0.3 GB, daily cap, retention, all the information is here regarding the workspace, log analytics workspace. Now this is not only for this is not only for the log analytics workspace, which is connected to Sentinel. You can also find information about other workspaces here in this workbook. If you want to show the detailed level, you can click on advanced. It will show you detailed information, detailed data. See the level of details that you are getting with this data. You will not get the same data in the workspace insight, which is available in Azure Monitor.
Here you get the detailed information about all the alerts, all the tables, type of data, all that you get, detailed information you're getting. So this really, so whenever you are looking to send some report to your management, this really comes handy because your management would like these kind of, infographics. Okay. If you want to see the latency, it shows you the latency. This is the latency. Cost analysis is also available. Information with respect to Microsoft Sentinel.
Raghuveer, sorry to interrupt you. Can you go to the cost analysis, please? So
Yeah.
in this table, we are getting the like table name and the table size. So I checked from my side. I'm also getting the price column.
I'm also
Yeah.
getting estimated table price. You can see here. This is the table price.
So this is for 1 month, like 30 days we have selected.
Yeah, depending on what you have selected. For example, here I've selected 30 days. So I'll see the price for 30 days.
Okay, so this is showing the table size and the cost of
Yeah.
that table, right?
Also, and that's the great value.
Yes,
Because
this is
when you
great
are
info.
when you are trying to bifurcate, I'm say, from the log ingestion volume, you can also get the price idea. However, when you are on a commitment plan, you will never ever get this information because commitment plan means 100 GB per day log ingestion. You're paying, let's say, 20,000 rupees a month, but you will not know the bifurcation of it. Here, you actually know the bifurcation so that you can optimize the solution. So let's say you are on 100 GB per day log ingestion plan, but your actual log ingestion is going beyond 100 GB. Now you want to optimize the log volume. So you can quickly come to this workbook and see your estimated pricing. When you look at the estimated pricing against the table, you will always know, okay, this table has this much of price, and then accordingly you can take optimization decisions. Or you can speak to the appropriate service owner or that table owner and request them to optimize, filter the logs. Make sense? So that is why I said that three workbooks I'm recommending you to manage your Sentinel operations efficiently as an admin, as an operations team member, because the same information is available, but at a very low level in the native services also. For example, Workspace Insight that you have. Workspace Insight also have similar information, but not at this detailed level. If I go to this Sentinel workspace, and if I go to the insights here, I only get this information. Overview, usage, health, agents, query, change log. That's it. No price related information. But over here, I get detailed information. That's the beauty of this workbook. And the best part is this is free of cost. There is no charge for it. So that is
Yesterday I was looking for this information.
so today you got it, huh?
Yes, yes.
And then the best part is you got it in a very detailed format with the infographics. So when you send it to people, when you send it to your customer or to your management, they will really like it. At times they feel that you have put together this information manually, but you are actually picking it up from here. So that's the best part. I'm saying you can directly share this workbook if you wish. If your management has access to Azure portal and has reader access on the Azure portal, they can see it, or you can save it and then send it to them, whichever way you want to. Okay, so it has more information. I'm saying regular checks, days, weekly, monthly. You can also see regular checks of your connectors and all the information. You can see Azure Data Explorer if it is integrated. If you have done the integration, for example, you're configuring long-term retention and you are ingesting logs directly from Workspace to Data Explorer after a certain period of time. then you will get Data Explorer information here. You will see your data collection rules here if you have configured any data collection rules, and functions or parsers you will find here. So it's a great, workbook that I came across a couple of months ago, and then I recommended it to all my clients to start using it. And they really appreciated the depth of information that you get in this workbook. In fact, one of the clients said that find this author of the workbook, we would want to reward that author. So I said that is not needed. Microsoft really doesn't recommend that. But if you really find beauty in this workbook, just appreciate the creator of this workbook. That's more than sufficient. And
Yeah, this is really helpful.
okay. So this
Thank
was
you.
Raghuveer, can we save that data reports from the dashboard?
absolutely. You can do that.
I saw that only some dashboards there is an option to download, in some it's not there. Can you show once again?
Which one you want to see?
Workspace usage report only.
Okay. So select the time frame and whatever data you want to download, just click on save. Let it first load the information. So first you need to select your workspace so that it loads the information. Give it at least a minute so that it is able to load all the data. And then you can hit save. It says saving Azure Sentinel report.
Okay, got it.
So you can save it, or you can, see, if you save it, you are sharing past information. Because if I save it today and share it an hour later, I'm sharing a data of I'm sharing a data which is an hour old. I would rather suggest to share the workbook. I'm saying you should only save it, or you should only directly copy, take a screenshot of the information that you want to capture. If you are putting together a report. Otherwise, what you can do, you can always share it. So when you share it with somebody, you will always share the near real-time version of it, live version of this workbook. Make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Great. So this was another workbook. And the last workbook that I wanted to share was Analytics Health and Alert I shared. Okay, the other was the migration tracker, which I already shared yesterday. So those are the workbooks that you can have deployed, saved in your environment, which gives you great piece of information. Now, another thing that you need to look for is you may probably have a use case in mind with respect to workbook, with respect to analytics query, with respect to automation logic app. Before you get into the point wherein you are putting an effort to build it custom, always come to the Content Hub and search for it. There's a high probability that it was not available a week before, but now something similar is made available in the Content Hub. Content Hub is very dynamic. In fact, when we started this training, the number of solutions that we had was 286. I still remember from day one, and now it is 303. So 17 additional solutions has been added in Content Hub from 17th of July. We are on 1st of August. So on an average, they are adding a solution almost every day. So make use of Content Hub before you get into the effort of putting in something manual. and whatever you're searching, just click on content type. Let's say I'm looking for some workbook. Just click on apply. It will show you all the workbooks and then see whether you have that workbook natively available, otherwise create one. That's what you can do. Okay, so that's on the workbook.